From the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage live on the ECC Network. Today's non-conference matchup features the Bloomfield College Bears taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman, joined for the first time on a baseball broadcast this season by my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. We will be bringing you all of the action live from behind home plate during today's doubleheader. And Andrew, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Joe. Oh, man, I'm so excited for today. I've been excited to get back on the broadcast. You know, I was on the one broadcast for women's basketball, and that was a very exciting game, and that was a fun time. And I'm excited to get back in the booth. And what better day to have for some baseball today?
Well, I will say, Andrew, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the weather patterns here on Staten Island during our typical baseball season, which begins in March, but we have excellent weather today, and we'll take a quick break for the national anthem and be right back with the Dolphins' home opener here on the ECC Network. And we're back on the ECC Network. Joe Foreman rejoining you from the College of Staten Island commentary booth alongside Andrew Rotundo. And the two teams have emptied their dugouts and are now heading back after the playing of the national anthem. But the Dolphins have taken the field on their home turf for the first time this season. And I have the starting lineup for the College of Staten Island for you. In the field for CSI, in left field, number 23, Brian Burkhead. In center field, number 21, Dominic Castiglione. In right field will be number 11, Pat Gardner. At first base will be number 22, Stephen Kalika. Playing second is number 3, Jake Myers. At third is number 24, Shendi Ulaj. The shortstop is number 2, Nick Cipoletti. Behind the plate is number 5, Nick Campisi. And on the mound for the College of Staten Island is John Esposito. And Esposito is off to a fantastic start for the College of Staten Island this season, coming off of a good season in the 2021 campaign as well. But this year for Esposito, he is yet to allow an earned run on the season. He has appeared in 4 games. This is his second start and appearance, number 5. He also has a pair of saves in 9 innings of work. He has allowed just 4 hits and struck out 8. So Andrew, Esposito coming into this game pitching extremely well for CSI.
That's some impressive stuff, Joe. You know, through 4 games and 4 appearances, only giving up 1 earned run. That's some incredible stuff. That's going to be scary for Bloomfield coming up to face his pitches.
No doubt about it, as the Bears lineup that will face John Esposito is as follows. Leading off will be the center fielder, number 3, Javel Barnes. Batting second is the left fielder, number 7, Jonas Espinal. Batting third is the catcher, number 15, Elvis Lopez. In the cleanup spot is the first baseman, number 54, Tyree Bradley. Batting fifth is the second baseman, number 12, Angel Murray. Batting sixth is number 18, Justin Rivera. Batting seventh is number 32, Justin Sanchez. Batting eighth is number 24, Christopher Walker. And batting ninth is number 99, Luis Ramirez. So that will be the lineup to face Esposito as we are just about set to get underway from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins and Bears in a non-conference matchup. This is the front half of a 2-game set, a doubleheader from the CSI Baseball Complex this afternoon. And taking a look at the starters for CSI, I did mention them before. 2 new faces taking the field for CSI in this opening frame, those being Pat Gardner in right field and Jake Myers at second base. The rest of the Dolphins lineup, all returners, so a lot of experience on this CSI ball club in the starting lineup this afternoon, as Javel Barnes will be the batter. The first pitch of the game from John Esposito is on its way, and that pitch is taken out of the zone for ball 1.
Like I said, Joe, excited to see what Esposito can do on the mound. It's some impressive numbers through four games.
Barnes comes in hitting just 182 on the season, but he's in a good spot right here, ahead in the count 2-0. Barnes has appeared in 12 games, all starts, and that accounts for every game on this Bears schedule to this point in the season. And Esposito finds the inside corner with that 2-0 pitch to get back into the at-bat. In their 12 games, the Bears are 4-8 thus far in 2022. And here comes the 2-1 from Esposito. And that's downstairs for ball 3. So the Dolphins starter having some command issues through the first at-bat of the game.
This puts Barnes in a pretty good position here, 3-1 count.
Here comes the 3-1 pitch, and Barnes took a big swing at that one. He came up empty, and the count is full, 3-2. Three and 2 pitch is fouled away as the count remains full. Another 3-2 pitch upcoming from Esposito, and that's taken inside for ball 4. So a good at-bat for Javel Barnes to open up this game, and he is on with a leadoff walk.
Lengthy at-bat for Barnes there, and gets the earned walk. And a good opening job at the plate there for Barnes to get on.
He forced Esposito to work in that opening at-bat. And Jonas Espinal will be the batter. Espinal comes in hitting at .415 on the season. 22 hits in 53 at-bats. He has scored 7 runs. Has 7 doubles out of those 22 base hits. Second leading hitter on this team among qualifiers, trailing only Justin Sanchez, as that pitch is taken on the outside corner for a called strike 1. Barnes, the runner at first, has 3 stolen bases in 4 attempts. The Dolphins will be wise to keep an eye on him, and Esposito will throw over and check on Barnes.
Keeping a good eye on him at first there. That's the second time he's thrown down there. And like you said, they're going to want to keep an eye on him.
0-1 the count on Espinal. And that pitch is fouled back. Esposito will work from ahead in the count now, 0-2, after issuing a leadoff walk to open up this ball game. Esposito takes a look over towards first, and Espinal will call for time. Now, if the Dolphins elect to waste a pitch here, it could be a good pitch to run on for Espinal over at first. We'll see if Esposito looks to challenge Espinal, or if a pitch out of the zone gives Barnes that chance to run, as they'll once again check on Barnes over at first.
Not making it easy for Esposito.
Esposito takes 2 looks over that left shoulder and comes set. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that is chopped foul. So Barnes will have to head back over to first base. Count remains 0-2 on Jonas Espinal. Esposito being forced to work very deliberately on the mound, having to keep a close eye on the runner at first. And that looked like a pitch out right there, as that pitch was not close.
And there was that waste pitch you were talking about, Joe. But of course, obvious not to run.
Well, if you waste a fastball up and away, good pitch for the catcher to throw on. A breaking ball or an off-speed pitch in the dirt, not so much. As the 1-2 misses high. That evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The next pitch will be number 12 for John Esposito. Here comes the 2-2, and there goes Barnes, but Espinal fights that one off foul, so Barnes will have to head back over to first. For those looking for CSI softball on the ECC network, those games are taking place down the hill from us, but unfortunately we only have the capabilities to stream 1 game at a time, as once again Espinal fouls that pitch off. But we will have more softball for you later in the week. We have a broadcast scheduled for Friday. And as of right now, I believe we have Saturday scheduled as well, so we'll see. Weather permitting, softball for you this weekend on the ECC network. Dolphins had a 3-0 lead down the hill when we came on the air here at baseball, as that's a weak swing by Espinal. He was fooled by that pitch, and John Esposito has his first strikeout.
That's big for Esposito.
15, Elvis Lopez.
That's the first out of the inning, and that should get his confidence pretty skyrocketed.
Elvis Lopez will be the batter. Lopez, the Bears catcher, comes in hitting at an even .250, 9 of 36 on the season, and Barnes will take off for second, but that one ran in on the hands of Lopez, and you could see that was not comfortable for him. As once again, Barnes will have to head back to first. Looks like James Marticos came out to hand the umpire an extra baseball or 2 to give Lopez some time to shake that one off. Lopez taking his time getting back into the box, and he looks to be visibly shaken up after that foul ball got it on his hands. Signs come in to the batter Lopez from third base, and Esposito comes set. And they will once again check on Barnes over at first. And this was a point of emphasis for the Dolphins from about the midway point last year forward. Teams were running all over CSI in the early portion of the 2021 season, but they got much better at controlling the running game as the season went along.
As you can see here so far today, Esposito keeping a close eye on that runner at second.
And that's a great pitch to throw on, and caught stealing is Javel Barnes as Nick Campisi guns down the first attempted stolen base of the game. Nice job by the Dolphins catcher, and now there are 2 away.
And he just guns him down, Campisi, at second base. What a throw, straight to second base. And that was a pretty perfect play.
Dolphins made that one look easy. Count is 1-1. Here comes the pitch from Esposito, and that's fouled into the screen. Next pitch for Esposito will be number 17 in the inning. Base is now empty with 2 away after the caught stealing. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. And once again, that is fouled into the parking lot and did not contact the vehicle, but if you're parked in one of those first two rows, you'll be walking on eggshells figuratively all day.
Yeah, I saw you leaning, Joe, trying to make sure where that went.
I'm way up in the fourth row. I think I'm good. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, and that's chopped foul towards the Bears dugout. Hard-working first inning for John Esposito on the mound. This next pitch will be number 18, and he's been very deliberate out on the bump, due in large part to a leadoff base runner that commanded his attention.
Good job getting through it, as now the base is empty, 2 away in the inning.
Here comes another 1-2 pitch, and that's a half swing by Lopez. He went around, and Campisi will have to throw over to first, and Kalika handles the throw, which was into the runner, but a third out, and nonetheless in the top half of the first inning, Esposito faces the minimum, helped along by a caught stealing, and we will have a scoreless game heading into the bottom half of the first inning. All right.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we're back on the ECC network. No score heading into the bottom half of the first inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins getting their first turn at bat on their home field this year. And once again, the starting lineup for CSI, in case you missed it, leading things off will be number 11, Pat Gardner. Batting second will be number 21, Dominic Castiglione. Batting third is number 14, Angel Santiago. In the cleanup spot is number 22, Stephen Kalika. Batting fifth is number 24, Shendi Ulaj. In the sixth spot is number 23, Brian Burkhead. Batting seventh is the catcher, number 5, Nick Campisi. We saw him throw out an attempted stolen base by the Bears in the top half of this first inning. Batting eighth will be number 2, Nick Cipoletti, and batting ninth will be number 3, Jake Myers. And they will face starting pitcher Raymond Sarza for the Bears. And I'll pull up the numbers for Sarza on the season. And the Bears starting pitcher comes in having appeared in 3 games. All of those starts, he's pitched to a 1-2 record with a whip of 2.35. He has an ERA of 5.87. In 15 and a third innings pitched, Sarza has allowed 20 base hits, 14 runs, 10 of those earned. He has walked 16 and struck out 10. Opposing hitters are hitting at .323 against him. So, Andrew, an opportunity for the Dolphins lineup to perhaps do some damage today.
Yeah, I mean, with that ERA above 5, I mean, that's pretty much unacceptable at any, that's pretty much unacceptable for any pitcher. And that's a big chance for the Dolphins to get on base early here.
Well, early in the season, you will see a lot of bloated ERAs, and the ERA for the Bears as a team right now at an even 9.2 on the season. For the College of Staten Island, they come in, as I'll have to pull that number up, with an ERA of 8.85. So bloated ERAs for both of these teams coming in, but you do see that early in the season quite a bit. And I know, Andrew, you're perhaps not as familiar with the college game. The ERA is typically a bit higher than in Major League Baseball. If you have a sub-3 ERA at this level, that is often considered very impressive. We don't see it too often, and that makes the starts of the season for John Esposito all that more impressive.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, those numbers couldn't fool me. Those look like big-time numbers to me.
No doubt about it, as Pat Gardner will step into the box to lead things off for the College of Staten Island. Gardner comes in hitting an even .250, 5 of 20 on the season, and he looks at a called strike 1. After this next pitch, we'll go through the starters in the field for Bloomfield College as Gardner looks at a called strike 2. Behind the plate is Elvis Lopez. At first is Tyree Bradley. At second is Angel Murray. At third, Justin Rivera. At short, Luis Ramirez. In left, Jonas Espinal. In center, Javel Barnes. And in right, Justin Sanchez, who gets his first chance of the day, and he drops the ball. An early error for the Bears as that one was hit right at Sanchez. Didn't charge hard enough, and it hit right off his glove.
Yeah, an early attack here for the Dolphins. And let's see what they make of it with that early base hit.
So Dominic Castiglione will be the batter. Limited action for Castiglione last year. Missed much of the 2021 season with an injury. But he is back and a regular part of this Dolphins lineup as he takes ball 1. In 24 plate appearances this season, Castiglione hitting an even .500, 12 of 24 at the dish. He's off to a red-hot start. That average best on the team among players with at least 20 at-bats. As Castiglione takes out of the zone for ball 2. The runner Gardner at first base has attempted 2 stolen bases and has been successful on both attempts. Sarza takes a look over his shoulder and will check on Gardner, who slides back in safely. The Bears had a base runner in the top half of the first via a leadoff walk, but that was all for the Bears as that runner was erased on the caught stealing. The Dolphins now have their leadoff batter on. Another stolen base threat, and Pat Gardner stands over at first base. And the 2-0 pitch to Castiglione catches the outside corner for a called strike 1.
And let's see how Sarza can settle down here after giving up the early base runner. And now the batter ahead 2-1.
Sarza comes set and takes his time delivering that pitch, which misses inside for ball 3. So Sarza nibbling around the strike zone here. And after the leadoff batter reached on an error, the Dolphins now have an opportunity to put 2 on with nobody out. Castiglione should get a pitch to hit here. The dangerous Angel Santiago looms on deck. And Castiglione will call for time.
It looks like Castiglione trying to pat on the early damage for the Dolphins here.
We saw Esposito work at a deliberate pace in the first. Sarza even more deliberate out on the mound right now. He is taking his time as Castiglione takes a big cut at that 3-1 pitch, but he came up empty. That runs the count full. Should be interesting to see if the Dolphins elect to send Gardner on this pitch. I would think they will. Gardner is running, and the 3-2 pitch is fouled back. Not much of a surprise there to see Gardner taking off. And we'll do it again, 3-2. Another 3-2 pitch upcoming to Dominic Castiglione. Long look in from Sarza. And here comes another payoff pitch, and that is well out of the zone for ball 4. Angel Santiago will be the batter, and he will come to the plate with 2 men on and nobody out for the Dolphins.
Number 14, the designated hitter, Angel Santiago.
Not a hit yet for the Dolphins, but early damage, 2 runners on, nobody out in the inning. So let's see if they can capitalize on it here in the bottom of this first inning.
Santiago hit .317 across 82 at-bats last season. a very dangerous hitter. And just to illustrate that, Andrew, take a look at my iPad. Those green trajectories, those are all hits. So Santiago drives the ball to all fields and was very impressive at the plate last season.
Yeah, he drives it to all areas, and this could be dangerous for the pitcher Sarza, especially with 2 on and nobody out.
Nowhere to put Santiago here. You don't want to load the bases with Stephen Kalika on deck, another very dangerous Dolphins hitter. Here comes the 0-1, and that's up high.
And it'll be interesting to see how Sarza and the Bears can work out of this.
The Dolphins hoping it's more of an if and not a how, as CSI has 2 runners on with nobody out. Great opportunity for CSI early in their home opener. Sarza paying close attention to Gardner at second, and he misses high with the 1-1 pitch. Sarza has been working around the strike zone a lot in this opening inning. On the season, he's issued 16 walks in 15 1/3. So command has certainly been an issue prior to this outing. 2 looks over the shoulder towards second by Sarza, and here comes the 2-1, and that is off the inside corner for ball 3.
And that might just set him up here. Once again, another batter in that 3-1 situation.
Santiago could very well get a great pitch to hit here, but it doesn't seem like Sarza has had command of the strike zone, so he might not be able to put one over at will in this spot. Here comes the 3-1, and that is not close in the opposite batter's box for ball 4, and that will load the bases for Stephen Kalika.
Number 22, the first baseman.
Well, Bears are in trouble here. Bases loaded, nobody out in the inning early on here in the bottom of the first for the Dolphins. And that's some impressive work around the plate to get 3 runners on, not a hit yet, on an error and 2 walks.
Well, that error really set the tone for this half inning. Sarza got ahead of the first batter, 0-2, induced a weak line drive to right field, and it was booted by Sanchez, and now that has snowballed into a bases loaded, nobody out jam. The corners are in for the Bears, and Stephen Kalika is the batter for the Dolphins as he looks at ball 1. Last season, Kalika was impressive for the Dolphins at the plate. As I mentioned, hitting .289 across only 38 at-bats, but had some really big hits for the Dolphins last year. Most notably a walk-off in CSI's home opener. And he takes inside for ball 2, so a chance for Kalika to make some noise right here, but Sarza has shown no ability to find the strike zone right now, and behind 2-0, you have to think that Kalika should get a pitch to hit here.
Absolutely. Like you said, Sarza can't seem to find that zone. So this should be a pretty good pitch for Kalika. A good opportunity to get this deep.
Well, that's assuming, as I said, that Sarza can put one over at will right now. He's behind in the count, 2-0. In a major jam, here's the pitch. And Kalika did have the green light, but that was a good pitch by Sarza. Ran it in on his hands, and that was a tough pitch to hit.
Yeah, he gets a piece of it near his hands there, but that's it. Like you said, tough pitch to hit there for strike 1.
2 balls and 1 strike, the count on Stephen Kalika. Sarza comes set. Pitch on its way. And once again, Kalika fights off a pitch inside as that one was headed straight for the window to our left.
Joe actually ducked a little bit there. Thought that might come through our window here because we got the window open here.
That has happened before. I say every season, we won't talk about that anymore, but a baseball into the window has happened. It actually happened in 2021 once and happened in 2019 as well one time. As the 2-2 pitch is swung on and missed by Kalika, a huge strikeout for Raymond Sarza, and there is one big out for the Bears.
And talk about a big play by the pitcher Sarza. Bases loaded, nobody out in the inning, and he comes out on a big batter too, and he strikes him out for out number one.
That is a huge out for Sarza on the mound, as now escaping this inning unscathed seems a much more reasonable goal in this spot. With now one away, the corners remain in, and Shendi Ulaj looks at a called strike one. Ulaj hit .261 in 2021. Sarza comes set. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And that is right down the middle for a called strike two.
And Sarza seems to be waking up a little bit here since that strikeout. A quick 0-2 count.
Ulaj, yet another dangerous hitter for the Dolphins, hitting at .294 so far this season. Ahead of his pace slightly from 2021. And Shendi will ask for time. .0-2 the count on Ulaj. Sarza one strike away from a huge second out. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And that's hit well out to right field. And that will be a foul ball out of play. I also can't argue with the taste of Shendi Ulaj in commentary. Calls our booth the best in the business. I cannot dispute that, as we always appreciate the kind words from Shendi over the last couple of seasons.
Good to be recognized.
No doubt. It always puts a smile on my face, as we don't get a chance to interact with listeners often, but the appreciation we get from the student athletes is never lost on us. The count remains 0-2 on Ulaj, and the pitch from Sarza is a breaking ball that misses up high for ball one. Sarza now up to 23 pitches in this opening inning. The count now 1-2. The base is loaded with Dolphins. Sarza comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And that's hit out to shallow center. Barnes will settle underneath it. He makes the catch. And on his way home with the first Dolphins run is Pat Gardner. Castiglione will hold at second. And the Dolphins have taken the early 1-0 lead.
Now batting.
Great job by the Dolphins. That's textbook. Fly out to center field, bring in the runner for third, and CSI's got the early 1-0 lead here.
So the Dolphins capitalize on the opportunity with less than 2 outs and a runner on third there. But now with 2 away, the batter will be Brian Burkhead. And the first pitch to Burkhead finds the outside corner. Burkhead on the season hitting .238, 5 of 21. Gets the start here this afternoon, was primarily a reserve for the Dolphins last season. One of the first Dolphins off the bench typically, as that's fouled straight back, and Burkhead is quickly in a 2-strike hole. Burkhead had 12 hits in 43 at-bats for the Dolphins last season, and did make 11 starts. So he got into the starting lineup quite a bit, starting just about half of CSI's games in 2021, and he stays in this at-bat as the count runs to 1-2.
Let's see if he can add another run here for the Dolphins. And it looked like it was going to be ultimate damage for the Dolphins early on when they had bases loaded and nobody out. At least get one in here. See if they can get another.
CSI looking for a big 2-out base knock. The Bears looking for a big 3rd out, and Bloomfield will get what they are looking for as Sarza picks up his 2nd strikeout of the inning. He sets down Burkhead on strikes, and the Dolphins will settle for one in the bottom half of the 1st inning. Without the benefit of a base hit, the Dolphins lead it 1-0 through 1.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we are back on the ECC network. It is an early 1-0 lead for the College of Staten Island over Bloomfield College in this NCAA Division II baseball non-conference matchup. We do have more NCAA Division II action here on campus today, as right down the hill, CSI Softball is also hosting their home opener, and the Dolphins jumped out to an early 3-0 lead in that game. The opposition, Holy Family University, has come all the way back. That game is now tied at 4, so a slobber knocker down the hill, Andrew. We have our friend Sal Caruso and Louis Matrone down there holding down public address and stats. So they're bearing witness to a good one there. And so far, an entertaining start to this game, though, a bit slow.
Absolutely. Dolphins managed to get a run in that 1st inning on 2 walks and an error, and then a fly out that brought the runner home from 3rd. So at least they got the one for the lead.
Well, that was a very long 1st inning.
Absolutely.
As the first pitch to Tyree Bradley is taken for a called strike. Comes the 0-1. And there's a big swing by Bradley, but he can't connect, and he's quickly in a 2-strike hole. And time will be called.
Bringing the heat with those first 2 pitches. 2 quick strikes to this first batter of the 2nd inning.
Esposito certainly looking to start this inning differently than he started the opening frame, as he issued a quick leadoff walk, and that's chopped foul. In the 1st inning, Esposito threw 18 pitches. Raymond Sarza threw 28. Only 16 of those for strikes. Most of those came to the last 3 batters of the inning.
Managed to get out of it nonetheless. So, good job by Esposito there to keep the 0 up for Bloomfield.
And there's a swing and a miss by Bradley for strike 3. So, Esposito has a punch out, and there's one away in the road 2nd.
Adding number 12. The second baseman, Angel Murray.
Nice strikeout there for Esposito to open up the 2nd inning.
That's Esposito's 3rd punch out already. And I should note that the run scored by the Dolphins in the 1st inning is unearned, as that error to open up the inning allowed that run to score. So no earned run charged to Sarza, as Esposito's first pitch to Angel Murray misses for ball 1.
Interesting with how many pitches he had and how long the inning went.
And the 1-0 is hit well out to left field, but settling underneath it and nearly failing to make the catch was Burkhead. The wind carried that ball, and Burkhead nearly came in too far.
Now batting the third baseman.
What a catch by Burkhead. Nearly having to dive over, but he manages to make the catch, and that's out number 2. Nice catch.
Burkhead very fortunate to make that catch, as the wind has seen many balls taken over the head of outfielders who come in too far, has seen the ball change directions, and it is not an easy outfield to navigate here at the College of Staten Island. And Burkhead, fortunately for the Dolphins, was able to recover and make the catch.
And he seemingly timed that one perfectly.
Justin Rivera is the batter, and ahead 1-0. He got a piece of that ball, and that is in play. So Rivera thought that ball landed in the batter's box, but it certainly rolled past the chalk. The Bears bench will be looking for an explanation, and we will see. It is a satisfactory one, and that brings the top half of the second inning to a close. Our score remains 1-0 Dolphins.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. Bottom third of the Dolphins order due up in the home second. 7, 8, and 9 for CSI. Campisi, Cipoletti, and Myers for the College of Staten Island in the home half of the first. And Andrew, after a very slow and deliberate first inning, we breezed through the top half of the second.
And I don't know if that's going to be so much for the Dolphins, as they're going to look to add to their run total here. As Sarza's still on the mound, so they're going to look to take advantage of his high pitch count so far, and maybe add to their lead.
Well, you said it, Andrew. High pitch count for Sarza, 28 in the opening inning, and the Dolphins really made him put in a lot of effort out on the hill, as Nick Campisi will get things started for the College of Staten Island in the bottom half of the second. It was very limited action for Campisi last season, but he was a member of this Dolphins team, did get some reps off of the Dolphins bench. And for Campisi, he only had 10 at-bats, 1 base hit in the 2021 season, and he fouls back that pitch for strike 1. According to my digital stat keeping, that 1 hit for Campisi was an infield single. So if my stats are correct, that accounts for the 1 Campisi hit last year, as he swings for that pitch for strike 2.
And quickly behind in the count, 0-2.
Well, Nick already has 3 hits and 12 at-bats this year. Off to a fine start, but right there he looks at a called strike 3, so Campisi strikes out on 3 pitches for the first out in the second, and that will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate.
Now batting, number 2.
You got to give it to Sarza, a little bit of a comeback here after that first inning, and it gets that first out quickly with a strikeout here in the second inning. So looking to wake it up a little bit is Sarza.
And Nick Cipoletti lines one into right center field, and that is a rope off the bat of the Dolphins shortstop, and that is our first hit of the ball game.
And first pitch swinging goes right after it in the right center for the first hit for the Dolphins. And now 1 on and 1 out here. puts the Dolphins in a good situation once again.
Cipoletti hit 261 in 2021, but taking a look at this spray chart, Andrew, look at that at home. He was hitting the ball to all fields, and most of those lines are green. Those are base hits, and Cipoletti adds one more in that last at-bat, which will bring up Jake Myers.
Impressive stuff, and let's see if Myers can bring him on home here and add to the Dolphins' lead.
Myers quickly ahead in the count, 1-0. He is a newcomer to this Dolphins lineup. First-year Dolphin, along with Pat Gardner, who stands on deck. And they will check on Cipoletti over at first. Cipoletti attempted 4 stolen bases last season, was successful twice. So far this year, he is 3 for 3 stealing bases.
Definitely a guy they need to watch out for.
I would expect to see Sarz's work rate slow down yet again here with a dangerous runner on first. But now, once again with a runner on, he is behind 2-0. Jake Myers, the batter for the Dolphins, comes in hitting at 381. He's 8 of 21 on the season, slugging at 429. He's also drawn 4 walks, so certainly a hitter who's willing to look at pitches if he doesn't get one to hit, but a dangerous hitter when he swings the bat. And they will check on Cipoletti again as Bradley was barely able to keep that in front of him. That throw over to the bag down in the dirt.
And Cipoletti's definitely in the head of Sarza as he keeps an eye on him, keeps checking on him over at first. And like you said, 3 for 3 so far, stealing bases. He's a dangerous runner.
Sarza looks over toward first, and Cipoletti has a huge lead over there. And the 2-0 pitch is fouled back over our heads. Two balls and 1 strike, the count on Jake Myers, as we do have a scoring update from down the hill at softball. The Dolphins have fallen behind in that game, 5-4.
Interesting, Joe. We saw them go up 3-0 early.
If I'm not mistaken, that was on a 3-run homer, though we were viewing it from the press box, and it was tough to tell. We saw the tail end of what looked to be a 3-run homer as Cipoletti takes off. The throw from Lopez bounces into shallow left center, and Cipoletti will take third base. So the only question is where the error will be charged. I would presume that's going to be on the throw by Lopez, but we'll have to get the official scoring verbally in between innings.
Either way, Cipoletti catches a break there as goes to steal 1 base, and he ends up stealing 2, essentially. And he's on third with only 1 away in the inning.
Infield in all around for the Bears. They are not conceding this run. And that's hit hard right to Murray at second, and the Bears are positioned perfectly to record the second out.
And Good Stuff takes an eye over at third, make sure the runner doesn't go. And now they're going to need a base hit to bring that runner home from third.
Number 11, Pat Gardner.
You can't ask for any more there if you're the Bears, as that ball was hit hard enough to ensure that Cipoletti couldn't even think about it, but not too hard that Murray couldn't field it. So 2 away now for the Dolphins in the bottom of the second, and Pat Gardner will be the batter. He reached on an error back in the first. And that pitch catches the inside corner. That was a breaking ball. Gardner, all over the plate, had to duck out of the way. You don't often see a pitch like that called for a strike. Comes the 0-1. And that is chopped foul. So Gardner quickly behind 0-2. And another chance for Sarza to limit the damage. Dolphins had the bases loaded in the first, only scored 1. They got Cipoletti over to third with one out, and Sarza looked to escape the inning unscathed. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that's fouled away. Interesting to note for this Dolphins lineup from spots 1 through 6 in the order. Hitters alternating left-handed, right-handed. And you love to see that if you're constructing a lineup. And the Dolphins have that in the top 6 spots. As the left-handed Gardner looks at that pitch up high for ball 2.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit harder for pitchers to, when it's left, right like that, as far as consistency.
I'll make that ball 1. That was my mistake. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch from Sarza is off the plate for ball 2. Dominic Castiglione would be next. Two and 2 pitch upcoming from Sarza. And Gardner looks at that pitch for a called strike 3. He did not like the call, but for Raymond Sarza, that strikeout will strand Cipoletti over at third, and the Dolphins' lead remains 1 run heading into the third.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins lead the Bears by a score of 1-0, and we have another update from down over at softball. The score remains 5-4, and they are now in the bottom of the 6th inning. So for the Dolphins, a maximum now of 6 outs to play with in that game as they trail by a run against Holy Family University. But here on the baseball diamond, CSI leads Bloomfield by a score of 1-0, and after a very long first inning, a much quicker second inning as both pitchers appeared to settle in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's interesting to note with Sarza, he's had a lot of pitches so far through those first 2 innings, and so far he's only given up a run on 1 base hit. And he has given up a couple of walks, but, again, he's limiting the damage when it comes to ending the inning.
And importantly, Andrew, to note, 1 unearned run allowed by Sarza. He's out of that first inning, if not for that error, to open up the game in the field for the Bears. So Sarza, so far, has been tagged with 1 unearned run. John Esposito yet to allow his first run of the season. His ERA remains 0, and he will take the mound for the 3rd inning with a 1-run lead. As the first pitch of the 3rd to Justin Sanchez is in for a called strike 1. Sanchez committed that error that I just mentioned, leading to that unearned run for the Dolphins as that pitch misses down and in for ball 1. And courtesy of our softball statistician, Louis Matrone, we have an update from the softball diamond. The Dolphins have tied the game at 5, so
that's a wild one down there, Joe.
A good one down the hill, but we do have softball upcoming for you later in the week. Right now, it looks like Friday will be the on-air debut for CSI softball on the ECC network. It was a packed week for softball, which is why we chose to open the season up here at baseball. 1-2 the count on Sanchez, and he hits one through the middle and into right center. That ball's still rolling, and Sanchez will wisely take second base.
Heads-up play by Sanchez. Uses his speed on a line drive base hit, gets the second.
Now batting number 24.
Well, that will go down as a double, and I'm not sure there's anything the Dolphins could have really done about that. Sanchez hit that ball on the ground through the middle, and he placed it perfectly in right center field, where the Dolphins have a massive gap in that outfield defense. Castiglione in center is certainly favoring left field. Still is against the lefty, Christopher Walker. And Walker swings and misses at the first pitch he sees for strike one. Walker comes in hitting at .235, 8 of 34 on the season. And that pitch is off the inside corner. Count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Sanchez over at second is the tying run in scoring position for the Bears. And Walker takes out of the zone for ball 2.
And let's see how Esposito comes back from this, as Walker ahead in the count 2-1. Runner at second, nobody out in the inning.
Something to keep in mind, first base is open with the 9th place hitter on deck. So the Dolphins may elect to pitch around Walker here, and that's ball 3 down in the dirt. So now with a 3-1 count, I think you're even more careful in this spot.
Yeah, I think you're definitely looking at being more careful than anything and filling up that first base.
The on-deck batter, Luis Ramirez, is hitting at .270 so far across 37 plate appearances, and he will get a chance with 2 on and nobody out as Christopher Walker draws the walk.
Now batting number 99, the shortstop, Luis Ramirez.
And they're going to have a little bit of a meeting on the mound here. Try and settle Esposito down a little bit.
First appearance out of the Dolphins dugout for Pat Daddio, as he will have a word with his starting pitcher. That walk for Esposito is the second he's issued. For the Bears, Sarza has also issued a pair of walks. Something has caught the interest of head coach Mike Morrow as he's emerged from the Dolphins dugout. He appears satisfied. Looks like he may have just been giving some signs to his infield. Looks like the Dolphins might be thinking bunt here as the corners are in.
Good possibility.
I cannot imagine the Bears would bunt here. With nobody out, maybe. Maybe you put the go-ahead run in scoring position and get it to the top of the order, but you have a batter at the plate right now hitting at .270. And unless you hit a double play ball here, you're advancing those runners. But the Bears are going to bunt, and that's bunted foul. Now, Andrew, I'm going to get your opinion on this. Nick and I spoke about it on the air a lot last year. We hate bunting, generally speaking. We don't like the bunt as a play. Not that you should never bunt, but in a spot like this with a .270 hitter at the plate, I just don't like it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I look at bunting as more of a sacrifice type of thing.
Well, that pitch, that forced the batter Ramirez to duck. No bunting that one.
Definitely not.
Now, I do get it. The Dolphins have their ace on the mound in this game, in Esposito. And you have an opportunity to put the go-ahead run in scoring position. Also a chance to get a runner to third with less than 2 outs. And, well, I talk about how much I hate the bunt, and that's going to be a bunt single for Ramirez. So the Bears have the bases loaded with nobody out, and it's back to the top of the order with Javel Barnes coming to the plate.
And like we were saying before, unlike what we were saying before, actually, that we didn't like the bunt, but seems to be effective in that situation there. He made it work. And now the bases are loaded for the Bears. And they got a good opportunity here.
Well, there's a reason I'm up here and not in the Bears' dugout, but the same applies to our dugout. I do not like the bunting at all. And it's back to the top of the lineup for Bloomfield as the first pitch of his at-bat is in for a called strike one. Barnes walked in his first at-bat. A walk right here would tie this game. Comes the 0-1. And that finds the inside corner for a called strike two.
2 quick strikes for Esposito. See if he can work out of this quickly and get the first out. It would be big.
0-2 the count on Barnes, and I have a quick point to make if this at-bat continues after this pitch. And it will not, as Barnes swings through that pitch in the dirt. That one bounced into the glove of Campisi, and that's the 4th strikeout of the game for Esposito, but that actually segues perfectly into my point, Andrew, as I was going to say, you bunt in that situation. Let's assume that that bunt plays out as a sacrifice and the runner is out, bunting. You now have a 182 hitter at the plate, and it's a very small sample size that Barnes has hit 182 in, but he just struck out on 3 pitches, and now you didn't give your number 9 hitter who's hitting 270 a chance if that bunt doesn't play out the way it did. So just something to note, hindsight 20/20, but the bases remain loaded for the Bears. Jonas Espinal is the batter. He's ahead in the count 1-0. And he takes that pitch on the outside corner for a called strike one. The 6th inning has come to a close down at softball, and the score remains tied at 5. So that's our update for CSI softball, as Esposito catches the outside corner with that pitch for strike 2, and that is a huge call right there.
That was a very close call. That could have went either way.
I thought it was outside, personally.
Personally, I thought it was outside, but called strike, of course.
Espinal thought it was outside, too. As that's it on the ground to second, chance for 2. Flip Cipoletti for 1, and the turn is in time for the 4-6-3 double play. Nicely done by the Dolphins as John Esposito remains untouched. This season he has yet to allow a run, and the Dolphins hold on to their 1-0 lead.
Car is damaged? Where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4898.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Good work on the mound by John Esposito, and good work in the field by the Dolphins defense as that 4-6-3 double play helps Esposito escape what was a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam.
What a clutch play by the Dolphins there. I mean, that was looking pretty dangerous for a minute there for the Dolphins, but they definitely find a way out of it with a great athletic play and the double play to end the inning, or end the side, rather.
And it can't be understated how important it is to have a strong double play combination in the middle of that infield. And right there, Jake Myers and Nick Cipoletti certainly looked like that as they made that 4-6-3 double play look easy.
Absolutely, Joe.
So Raymond Sarza returns to the mound for the Bears, and that was a great opportunity for Bloomfield to get even in this game or perhaps take the lead, but they come up empty, and that has to be very disappointing for the Bears, as that was, like I said, was a tremendous opportunity. And now for the Dolphins, they have 2, 3, and 4 due up, looking to build upon their 1-run lead.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they got the 2 hits in the inning, and they couldn't get anything off of it, so.
Dominic Castiglione will lead things off for the Dolphins in the home half of the 3rd. Castiglione walked in his first at-bat And he looks at the first pitch of his second plate appearance for ball one. Comes the 1-0 pitch, and that is ripped past the diving Rivera and into left field for a base hit. Good effort at third by Justin Rivera, but that will be a leadoff single for Castiglione.
And a great start there to the inning
Number 14, the designated
for the CSI Dolphins. A leadoff single there.
That would have been a tremendous play by Rivera if he was able to make it, but really tough chance on the backhand as he was forced to dive, and Castiglione is on to lead things off for the Dolphins in the home half of the third. Angel Santiago is the batter. And Santiago takes up and away for ball one. Castiglione has 2 stolen bases in 2 attempts so far this year, so he is another threat to run over at first. Not a huge lead for Castiglione. And the pitch to Santiago is on the inside corner for a called strike. One and one the count on the Dolphins' third place hitter. Here comes the pitch from Sarza, and Santiago just got a piece.
That looked like a good pitch to hit. Just gets a piece.
Perhaps a hanging breaking ball over the middle, and Santiago rolled over it, chopped it straight down into the plate. Stephen Kalika is on deck. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Santiago. Lopez sets up away, and that pitch is down in the dirt for ball 2. Two balls and 2 strikes the count on Santiago now. He only struck out, or I should say has struck out, 5 times so far this year. Came in hitting at only .222. Small sample size for him, 9 at-bats. And he looks at that pitch for a strike. Now, apparently I had the count wrong. That is strike 3. Well, that's not a good look, as I was certain the count was 2-2. Apparently the umpire was not certain. Santiago was not certain. The catcher Lopez was not certain. The only people in the building who appeared sure were stationed in the Bears dugout. So you don't see that very often.
Definitely not. And
The
Bears
score
were definitely paying attention there. And
the scoreboard did have the correct count, right?
It definitely did.
So I'm not sure what Santiago thought was happening there, but he's a strikeout victim for the 6th time this year, and Stephen Kalika swings through the first pitch of his second at-bat for strike 1. There's not many things that I haven't seen, but I'm not sure I've ever seen that. As that last pitch came with a soundtrack from down the hall.
Interesting sequence of events rolling out here in this bottom of the third.
0-2 the count on Kalika. And that's way outside for ball 1. Thought perhaps we might see Castiglione try and run. With 2 outs, I'm almost certain he will. Of course, only 1 out right now, but they haven't paid much attention to him over at first. And that's hit well out toward right center field. Barnes is underneath it, and he makes the catch for the 2nd out.
Barnes right underneath that one.
The third baseman.
And an easy textbook play to the outfielder Barnes to get out number 2 in the inning. And they're going to need a pretty deep hit to extend the inning and get that runner home.
Like I said, Andrew, I think we can expect Castiglione to try and run here.
Absolutely.
With 2 outs, he's 2 for 2, stealing bases. They haven't paid much attention to him. I'll be keeping a close eye on the size of his lead as Ulaj takes up and away for ball 1. Shendy with the game's lone RBI had a sacrifice fly in his first at-bat. Comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's in for a called strike.
SARS is still out there working and limiting the damage here from the Dolphins.
This next pitch will be number 56 for him. And Castiglione got a running start, and that would have been a good pitch to run on. That was a breaking ball that sailed up and in and almost hit Ulaj. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike. And with that, Castiglione draws a look from Sarza on the mound. And once again, Castiglione took about 3 steps towards second and stopped as the count evens up on Ulaj at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom half of the third. Dolphins looking to build upon a 1-0 lead as Castiglione runs, and that is hit to straightaway left. Espinal is there, and he makes the catch for the final out of the inning. So the Dolphins strand a runner over at first, but they still hold a 1-run lead as we head to the 4th. Dolphins leading 1-0.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins leading the Bears by a score of 1-0 as we head into the top half of the 4th inning. And for those who missed it at the top of the show, this is Game 1 of a 2-game set between the Dolphins and Bears. Each game will be 7 innings, which is a difference to what I got used to last year, as in East Coast Conference play, the front half of a doubleheader extends to 9 innings, the back half just 7. So a 7-inning game on tap here as we are just about at the midway point, and for the Bears, it will be 3, 4, and 5. Lopez, Bradley, and Murray due up in the top half of the 4th. We mentioned it heading into the previous half inning, but John Esposito remains untouched this season in terms of allowing runs. He is yet to allow a run, escaped a bases-loaded jam in the previous inning. And it was a bunt single that ultimately would load the bases. The Bears attempted to lay down a sacrifice. That sacrifice attempt turned into a base hit, but Esposito able to dance his way out of danger after that. A strikeout and then a double play.
And a clutch double play at that. That was huge for the Dolphins. keep this a 1-0 game.
Some would say I had to eat my words after that successful bunt attempt for a hit, but I would say look how it turned out. As that's hit back through the middle and unable to cut it off was Myers. He wouldn't have had to play anyway, as Esposito, I think, got a cleat on that ball, which changed the path of that baseball, but that's going to be a leadoff base hit for Elvis Lopez.
Tyree Bradley.
Let's see if Esposito can continue on keeping his composure here, as he was able to get out of the last inning, giving up a few hits.
Esposito's allowed 3 base hits in the game now, following that last single. He's also walked 2 and has struck out 4. Tyree Bradley is the batter. Elvis Lopez the runner over at first. And Bradley takes down and in for ball 1. Bradley struck out in his first at-bat. Esposito takes a look over towards Lopez at first. Here comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's on the inside corner for a called strike 1.
Just getting that corner there, it looks like Esposito, so nice pitch for strike 1.
The corners have certainly been there for the taking for these pitchers. It's been consistently called a strike, and you love to see that from the home plate umpire. The pitchers have been taking full advantage as that pitch missed downstairs for a ball. All I ask for up here in the booth, and I'm sure all that most hitters are asking for, is consistency, and so far we've gotten that behind the plate. Here comes the 2-1, and that catches the inside corner for strike 2.
And he does it again. Another nice pitch to the corner, and that's strike 2, evening up the count.
Well, you can see Esposito is hammering that inside corner.
He knows exactly where to go for it.
See if they try and take him away here. Instead, Esposito skips one in the dirt for ball 3. So I'm curious to see if they'll send Lopez on this 3-2 pitch. With their cleanup hitter at the plate, I think it's a possibility, but I'd say probably not with nobody out. We'll see.
I was just going to say with nobody out, maybe not.
He's leaning. There he goes.
There he
Oh,
goes.
what a jump. And it wouldn't have mattered if Bradley struck out. Lopez had a tremendous jump, but it's another walk issued by John Esposito. That's his third, and once again, 2 on and nobody out. Andrew, you know what time it is. Perhaps time for another bunt.
Yeah, maybe so. They might try and go with the same strategy here that they did in the last inning, and I mean, it worked out for them then, but we'll see here.
Well, I was against it before. I'm even more against it now, as Angel Murray comes in hitting at .310, 13 of 42. And he will swing the bat as he just got a piece, but tips it straight into the mid of Campisi for strike 1. Ulaj still playing in at third, so if Murray can drive this ball the other way, there's almost no chance that Ulaj can make the play. Comes the 0-1. And that's off the outside corner. Regardless of how this plays out, I like this decision to let your number 5 place hitter swing the bat, especially after how the last inning turned out.
Absolutely. And I don't think you're going to see this kind of batter bunting here.
Well, Andrew, you would not be surprised at how many times I've said that, and then that hitter, the one that would surprise you to see bunting, bunts.
Absolutely. And you know, we didn't really expect to see a bunt, happen in the last inning on that bunt single, but they made it work.
I was a bit surprised when the Dolphins brought the corners in, as Murray takes off the outside corner for ball 2. Count now even at 2-2. 2 on and nobody out for the Bears in the top half of the 4th. And that one is ripped into right center field for a base hit. Rounding third and coming in to score will be Lopez. Bradley holds at second, and it is an RBI single for Angel Murray to even up the score at 1.
And that's some big offense by the Bears, and they get in this one. And a big one into the gap.
Third baseman, number 18.
To bring home a runner. Now we got a tie game.
Well, that, Andrew, is why you let your fifth-place hitter swing the bat. I am vindicated in the following inning. But Murray with a good at-bat there. Looked at a couple of close pitches, stayed in the at-bat, fouled off a couple more tough pitches, and was able to come through with the RBI base hit.
Esposito's going to need to settle down a little bit here. Now we got a tie game, and still nobody out in the inning.
And that is the first run John Esposito has allowed this season. Of course, we didn't expect him to remain perfect all year, but did a good job to make it this far without allowing a run.
Very impressive.
He scattered 4 base hits through the first 4 innings. But the 3 walks have hurt him, as Bradley will be out by a mile at third, and taking second behind him is Murray. And I'm not sure what Bradley was thinking there. You can't do that and run yourself out of an inning. He didn't have a chance.
And that was not something drawn up.
Sure wasn't, as he misread that ball. Perhaps thought it got further away from Campisi, but that's a mistake you can't make. As that one's fouled straight back.
Now you only have one on, and you have an out in the inning, so that big inning might be going by the wayside here for the Bears.
Well, I don't have the numbers on Rivera in front of me, but the game already tied. If there was a situation to perhaps bunt, it might have been right here, but now that not a factor, as Rivera effectively bunted one back to the pitcher, Esposito. He chopped it straight back to the mound, and forced to hold at second was Murray. So there are now 2 outs.
Number 32, Justin Sanchez.
And the batter will be Justin Sanchez.
Terrible decision to try and steal third.
Well, Bradley thought the pitch got away from Campisi a bit further than it did, but he had the opportunity to go back. Campisi was able to wait, set himself, and throw to third. There was no urgency behind the plate because Bradley never had a chance. That's what made that decision so egregious, but as it stands, the go-ahead run remains standing in scoring position over at second. That's Angel Murray. He singled home the tying run, and now Justin Sanchez swings through that pitch for strike 1. Sanchez doubled in his first at-bat. That double led things off in the previous inning. Update from softball. Dolphins down 6-5, heading into the bottom half of the 8th inning.
Back and forth game down the hill there, and
if only we could be 2 places at once.
Absolutely. Seems like a good one down there, and we also got a good one up here, tie game in the 4th.
Absolutely. As that 0-1 pitch is a good breaking ball in the inside corner for a called strike 2.
Esposito continues to work those corners. That's a big strike.
Esposito looked destined to lose the lead in the previous inning, was in danger of losing the lead again here in this inning, and is now 1 strike away from escaping tied. And he does just that, as Justin Sanchez strikes out swinging at that last pitch down in the dirt. And for John Esposito, that is strikeout number 5. We head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Our score now even at 1. Dolphins come to bat, looking to take the lead back after this break.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back here on CSI Sportsnet. Update from down the hill over at softball. Dolphins down to their final out, have the tying run on second base. So softball battling down to the very last out in their matchup against Holy Family University. Here at baseball, we have a tie score between CSI and Bloomfield College. The Bears getting even in the top half of this inning. But once again, Andrew, a good job by John Esposito to limit the damage.
Absolutely, and as much as we're going to talk about Esposito on the mound, limiting the damage, also that steal that they tried to attempt, I mean, that was just, I don't know what to even say about that. That ruined everything, it seems, for them. They could have definitely taken a lead in that inning if it weren't for that, it seems.
It was a poor decision to try and advance on what was a ball down in the dirt. Campisi kept it in front of him, and we saw Campisi's arm as he threw out a base runner attempting to steal earlier in the game, so even more of a reason why the runner, Tyree Bradley, should have held, but that miscue could ultimately prove costly. We'll see, as the score is even right now at 1, and for the Dolphins, it will be 6, 7, and 8 due up. Burkhead, Campisi, and Cipoletti for CSI in the home half of the fourth. And Burkhead pops one up. This could be trouble, but Espinal settles underneath it to make the catch for the first out.
Now batting, the catcher, number 5, Nick Campisi.
And the aforementioned Nick Campisi will be the batter. Campisi 0 for 1, struck out in his first at bat. And Campisi is promptly hit by the pitch.
First pitch to Campisi hits him, and
Now batting,
not something you usually see on the first pitch.
Nick Cipoletti.
Well, it will be Nick Cipoletti coming to the plate for the Dolphins, as we had a mispronunciation over public address. Cipoletti 1 for 1, singled in his first at bat. He hit a scorcher into right center field. Went on to steal second base and then advanced to third on a poor throw as he takes a look at strike 1. Comes the 0-1. And that's down and in. Campisi not a stolen base threat over at first. Rivera playing in at third, expecting Cipoletti to potentially bunt. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. And that pitch catches the outside corner for strike 2. So Sarza now ahead, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jake Myers stands on deck for the Dolphins.
Sarza continuing to hang on here for the Bears in the later stages of this game.
And that catches the inside corner for a called strike 3. Cipoletti completely fooled by that breaking ball, and there are now 2 away.
And like I said, Sarza staying with it here in the bottom of the 4th inning as he gets another strikeout, and that's out number 2 in the inning, and with only a runner on first, so looking to get out of this quickly.
I think it was really big for Sarza to escape in the first couple of innings, allowing only the 1 run, because now he's really appeared to have settled in out on the mound, has thrown much better since the first 2 innings, has been in the strike zone more often. And as you can see right there, his breaking ball is beginning to look a bit nasty out there on the mound. These Dolphins hitters don't appear ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we were talking about earlier in the broadcast, he couldn't seem to catch the zone, and now it seems he's doing a very good job of catching the zone. So really settling in, as you said.
As I mentioned, that breaking ball, keeping these Dolphins hitters guessing a bit more, as when you can't locate that pitch, sometimes you're forced to become a one-pitch pitcher, and that's a recipe for disaster every time. As the 1-1 is down in the dirt for ball 2. Myers 0 for 1, grounded out in his first at-bat. This next pitch will be number 69 for Sarza. Esposito, through the first 4 innings of work for him, through 64. Here comes the 2-1, and that's outside. Pat Gardner stands on deck, so if Sarza does issue the walk here, Campese would be the go-ahead run in scoring position. With Campese running at first, Sarza has to go after Myers here. 3-1 pitch upcoming. And the 3-1 is not close, so Myers draws a 5-pitch walk, and that will give Pat Gardner a chance to drive home the go-ahead run.
The right fielder, number 11, Pat Gardner.
And keeping the inning going there is Myers with the earned walk. And now 2 on and 2 out for Gardner.
We have a final down the hill over at softball. The Dolphins come up just short as they fall to Holy Family University by a score of 6-5. That game also game 1 of a doubleheader. So we'll keep you posted on the scoring from down there throughout the afternoon. It's going to be a long one for Andrew and I. This game, the first of 2 as well. And Pat Gardner looks at the first pitch of his third at-bat out of the zone. He reached on an error and struck out in his first 2 plate appearances. And I was speaking to our colleague Nick Durst earlier today. I can't remember the last time that I called a doubleheader that started later than 12 o'clock, as that ball is down low for ball 2. It's going to be a long afternoon and evening for us, Andrew. So get settled in.
Absolutely. Hope to see some more intense baseball like we're seeing right now.
We have a good one. And to be completely honest, we weren't able to say that too often last year. A lot of games where we saw an absurd amount of runs scored, but also had some thrillers, including last season's home opener. The Dolphins walked off in extra innings of that game. I think the final was 13-12 or 14-13.
Wow.
That game was a thriller.
High scoring.
I can't say it was solely because of the offense, and I'll leave it at that. The defense was a bit subpar in that game, but it was perhaps the most entertaining game I've ever called in the regular season. Here comes the 2-0, and that's outside for ball 3. So Lopez and Sarza had a conference on the mound. That didn't help Sarza find the zone on 2-0. Count now 3-0 on Gardner, and Dominic Castiglione looms on deck. So as soon as we started singing Sarza's praises, he now can't find the strike zone again as he walks Gardner.
4 straight balls there.
Now batting, the center fielder.
And now he can't seem to get out of the inning.
Dominic Castiglione.
So Dominic Castiglione steps into the box. He's 1 for 1, has walked and singled thus far. The bases are now loaded with Dolphins. 2 out, home half of the 4th inning. And Castiglione looks at a called strike one. That's a big first pitch strike for Sarza. Here comes his 0-1 pitch. And that's fouled away. So Sarza going right after Castiglione. And he's now ahead in the count, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes, the count. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that breaking ball didn't break. It sails high for ball one. Castiglione already with 4 runs batted in on the season. A chance for 2 or 3 more right here. Dolphins looking for a big 2-out base hit. And Castiglione asks for time.
And a base hit here could be game-altering going to the 5th inning.
Sure could, as an extra base hit could plate 3 runs. 1-2 the count on Castiglione. Long look in from Sarza, and that's it on the ground to short. And Myers was barely able to avoid the ball, but Castiglione is thrown out over at first for the final out of the inning. So for the Dolphins, they strand. The bases loaded. Our score remains tied at 1 heading into the top half of the 5th.
You can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back and my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. 8-9-1 due up for the Bears in the top half of the 5th inning. Our score tied at 1. Dolphins had a chance in the previous half inning, but Dominic Castiglione grounded out 6-3 to bring that half inning to a close. And first pitch of the 5th is taken by Walker for ball 1. And you can feel it already, Andrew. The temperature is beginning to drop here at the College of Staten Island. It is going to be a cold night out there on the diamond for the players.
Yeah, absolutely. You can already start to feel it, like you said. And I was going to mention it.
I would not want to be Sal or Lewis down over at softball without the protection of a press box, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And you could probably already feel the chilling temperatures down there as they're outside as we're in a box.
And I just got a text from Lewis. Game 2 about to get underway down at softball, grabbing my hoodie. So he's reading my mind from down there over at softball as
Absolutely.
I'm beginning to feel it up here. And we have the windows open in the press box located right behind home plate. The count on Walker, 3-1, so Esposito in danger of issuing another walk. And that pitch is fouled straight back. So Esposito stays in the at-bat. The count now full on Walker, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that is swung on and missed for strike 3 as Walker went fishing down in the dirt after that ball.
Now batting the shortstop.
For Esposito, that's strikeout number 6.
That's a big one to open up the inning here for Esposito as he continues to work on the mound. And he's still looking strong with that strikeout.
Luis Ramirez is the batter. He is 1 for 1 in the game with a bunt single as that first pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. No bunt forthcoming here with the bases empty. At least I don't think so.
And that bunt has been the subject to talk about in this game. It was one of the most interesting things we've seen.
As far as I'm concerned, it took away the opportunity to perhaps score the first run for Bloomfield sooner. They did ultimately tie the game in the next inning as the 0-2 pitch is down and in for ball 1.
Now, I'm not sure which was more of an interesting decision, the bunt single or the steal of third.
Well, the steal of third was a mistake by the base runner, not the same as the coaching decision to bunt, as that pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3 by Ramirez. And Esposito now has 7 strikeouts, 2 quick ones to open up the 5th.
Yeah, 2 in a row by Esposito, now throwing some heat out there on the mound, and seems like nobody can make contact here with him in the 5th inning.
Javel Barnes is the batter. He is 0 for 1, has walked and struck out. There is action in the Dolphins bullpen. Now, I do have binoculars in my bag. I'm not sure I'll need them, though. It is tough to see. We'll get a look in between innings. Here comes the 1-0, and that catches the inside corner for strike 1. Now, last season, we did debut a camera that allows us to take a look inside the commentary booth. That does require the use of my phone, which I need today, with action also taking place down at softball, as Barnes shows bunt and takes that pitch out of the zone for ball 2. But without my phone available to use as another camera, we can't give you a look inside the booth yet today, but hopefully next time when we have just baseball or just softball, we'll have another camera. As the 2-1 is in for strike 2.
And Esposito starting to look scary, it seems, to these batters.
He's 1 strike away from punching out the side in the 5th. Here comes the 2-2 pitch from Esposito. And that is taken high for ball 3. And speaking of that in-booth camera, we had some comedic gold take place on that camera last season. Good stuff. A lot of good stuff on that camera. So
I can imagine.
We look forward to bringing that back, as that one's fouled back over the seats and out of play. So one more 3-2 pitch up coming from Esposito. Here comes the 3-2. And that is swung on and missed by Barnes for strike 3. John Esposito strikes out the side in the top half of the 5th. His team will look to give him the lead back in the bottom half after this break.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service. so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it. Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Number 14, Angel Santiago.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins and Bears remain tied at 1. Bottom half of the 5th inning from CSI as Angel Santiago will lead things off for the Dolphins and looks at that first pitch high for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's outside for ball 2. So Santiago steps into the box and quickly takes 2 out of the strike zone. Raymond Sarza was doing a much better job of finding the strike zone early in the last inning and then lost his command, ended up loading the bases, but was able to escape. And it looks like the 2-0 count against Santiago won't burn him here as he gets the ground out for out number 1.
Now batting, the first baseman, number 22, Stephen Kolika.
Stephen Kolika is the batter. The Dolphins cleanup hitter 0 for 2 in the game. Had a chance with the bases loaded earlier and could not come through. He's behind in the at-bat 0-1 here. And that's down and in. Sarza working at a quicker pace than we've seen all game long right now. Might be getting a bit chilly out there. Here comes the 1-1. That swung on and missed for strike 2.
A little bit of a heater there from Sarza.
One ball and 2 strikes the count, and that's taken up and away for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 1 away in the home half of the 5th. And that is outside for ball 3, so Kalika has worked the count full. Shendi Ulaj will be next. Long look in here from Sarza ahead of this payoff pitch. And that's chopped foul. Sarza now at 87 pitches in the game, working in the bottom half of the fifth. There is action in the Bears bullpen.
Looks like there's still some action going on in the Dolphins bullpen as well.
There definitely is, but now a different thrower than we had in the previous half inning. As the 3-2 misses, up and in for ball 4, and Kalika draws the 1-out walk.
Now batting, the third baseman, number 24, Shendi Ulaj.
Shendi Ulaj will be the batter. Ulaj 0 for 1, but is responsible for the lone Dolphins RBI with a sacrifice fly. And he looks to bunt, and that is bunted dangerously close to our second camera. Now I'm curious if that bunt was called from the dugout or if Ulaj did that on his own. I think he did it on his own, as that's taken outside.
Yeah, it seemed to be a little bit of a split decision there.
One and one the count on Ulaj. And that's hit back toward the middle, and it gets past Ramirez and into center field. A tough hop for the Bears shortstop, but I think that has to be an error. We'll see.
And that just gets through, and nonetheless, Ulaj gets on. And now 2 on and 1 out here in the Dolphins side of the fifth. So a good chance to take the lead here going into the later stages of this game.
The official scoring is base hit. I'm not sure about that one. That is a hometown, or I should say home field scorer right there, and we may be having a change for the Dolphins, as we do. John Castiglione will be the batter. Oh, the official scoring is base hit. Ulaj will definitely take it. John Castiglione will hit for Brian Burkhead. Two on and 1 out. The scoreboard still reads 1 and 1. That needs to be changed. And that is ripped foul just wide of the third base bag.
Very close.
Oh, 0-1 the count on Castiglione. Sarza taking a couple of looks toward Kalika at second as Castiglione rolls one foul once again. Count now 0-2 on the Dolphins pinch hitter. Big pitch here for Sarza. It will be number 94 in the game. Here comes the 0-2. And that sails up over Castiglione's head. Breaking ball that didn't break.
That was way off.
That one not close. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. 2 runners on for the Dolphins. We are still locked in a 1-1 tie. Haven't seen a pitcher's duel like this in a very long time, and for me personally, it's a welcome sight. Here comes the 1-2. And that misses to even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Both teams came in with ERAs up above 8.5. And both teams have pitched well in this game. Only one pitcher per side so far. Sarza out there on the mound right now for the Bears, and Esposito for the Dolphins. As Castiglione swings and misses at strike 3. As we had a very kind viewer who just came from work, was watching at home, commending us on a job well done. So Andrew and I appreciate that very much. And for a fan of the team to come up here and say that to us during a broadcast is great to hear, Andrew. And we almost missed that strikeout, but it is a big strikeout for Sarza, as there are now 2 away, 2 on. And at the plate is Nick Campisi. And Campisi looks at ball 1. Campisi 0 for 1, struck out in his first at-bat, was hit by the first pitch he saw in his second at-bat. One and 0. The count on Campisi, and the pitch from Sarza is swung on and missed. A big cut there by Campisi.
Gotta say how impressive it is to see Sarza and how he's been keeping it together through thus far.
One ball and 1 strike, the count. The go-ahead run remains in scoring position for CSI as Campisi looks at ball 2. Sarza really slows down his work rate with runners on base. If there was a pitch clock, he would be exceeding the allowed time with every pitch. I mean, this game has come to a grinding halt in this half inning.
100%, Joe.
2 looks over the right shoulder at Kalika. He's not going anywhere. And did Campisi call time ahead of that pitch, or did that miss for ball 3?
I believed it missed.
All right, so 3 balls and 1 strike is the count. And looming on deck is Nick Cipoletti. A walk here would load the bases. And the umpire signals 2 and 1, so I think Campisi did call time. I'll have to alert them down the hall after this next pitch, if it is indeed a ball, and that is ball 3. So the count, 3 balls and 1 strike.
I was relying a little bit too much on the scoreboard there, Joe.
I did not. I was well aware Campisi called time. You, my friend, relied on the scoreboard. I think it missed. I think not. Here's the 3 and 1, and that's fouled toward the parking lot, and we almost had someone hit by that ball. He had no idea that ball was coming. It missed him by less than 6 inches.
Wow. Dangerous stuff out there in the parking lot here behind the behind the right field line and right behind the bleachers.
We had a pedestrian minding his own business, backpack, perhaps headed to class, walking through the parking lot, almost taken out by that foul ball. That runs the count full to 3 and 2. Sarza looking to escape trouble once again. And the 3 and 2 pitch hits Campisi in the knee. So Campisi is hit for the second time in 3 at-bats, and now the bases are loaded for Nick Cipoletti.
Interesting stuff here. You know, it seems Sarza, seemingly is strong continuing on here, but then makes, a mistake like that, and the inning continues. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to do next here with the bases loaded, 2 outs in the inning, and the game's still tied.
So Cipoletti comes to the plate with the bases loaded, 2 outs, so nowhere to put him, as Sarza has been all over the place in this inning and in the latter portion of the previous inning as well. Cipoletti officially 1 for 2, and he hits one well out to deep left center field. That ball is headed back toward the wall, and it lands at the base of the fence. That is going to be a bases-clearing double for Nick Cipoletti, and the Dolphins take a 4-1 lead.
Cipoletti, what a hit into the left center gap. Wow, what a clutch hit, giving the Dolphins a 4-1 lead here late in this one. And that is just absolutely huge for the Dolphins, Joe.
And as our good friend Nick Durst would say, sip, sip, hooray. The Dolphins take a 4-1 lead in the bottom half of the 5th. Sarza had been walking the tightrope all game, Andrew, and for the first time, he simply could not escape unscathed in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. He just gives up there, and that ball is hit pretty deep, and it clears the bases, and Dolphins have a big 3-run lead here in the bottom of the 5th now.
What a big hit by Nick Cipoletti, who is quickly emerging as one of the most dangerous bats in this Dolphins lineup. Last year also a very clutch hitter for this Dolphins team, and he comes through yet again in CSI's home opener. As that pitch is taken on the inside corner for a called strike 2, so Myers didn't like the call on the first pitch, and certainly didn't like the call on that pitch either. I had 0-2. The scoreboard has 1-1, and that's up high for a ball. The first pitch was a called strike, correct? It was, as the home plate umpire signals 1-2. The 1-2 on its way from Sarza, and that is swung on and missed by Myers for strike 3, but not before a bases-clearing RBI double by Nick Cipoletti gives the Dolphins the lead. Their advantage now 3 runs heading into the top half of the 6th.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back from the CSI Baseball Complex, where the Dolphins have retaken the lead 4-1. And Andrew, I almost called you Nick. It was Nick Cipoletti at the plate who gave the Dolphins the 3-run lead they now hold, a huge bases-clearing 3 RBI double.
That was absolutely huge, Joe. And, the game was pretty close for the first 4.5 innings there. And Dolphins have opened it up here, and it's going to be tough for Bloomfield to come back from a 3-run deficit with only 2 innings left here.
Well, John Esposito takes the mound once again for CSI. He has thrown 81 pitches, so it is certainly within the realm of possibility that Esposito could complete this game. He has 6 more outs to get, and for the Dolphins, they will face 2, 3, and 4, Espinal, Lopez, and Bradley. Now, John Castiglione did pinch hit for CSI in the previous half inning. I'm trying to take a look out into the field to see if he is out there defensively, but I'm going to need the assistance of my binoculars. So I'll dig down into my bag and try and find those, as we'll double check who's in the field for CSI in just a moment. The first pitch to Espinal is fouled back. Espinal 0 for 2 in the game, struck out and grounded out in 2 plate appearances. That's also swung on and missed for strike 2. Quickly a 2-strike hole for Espinal as Esposito looks for yet another strikeout. And the 0-2 is taken up and away for ball 1. A strikeout here would be number 9 for the Dolphins starting pitcher. And that misses for ball 2. From here, it looks like number 4 out in left field. That would be Michael Crocco. So I think Crocco came in defensively for Burkhead, if I'm not mistaken, as Espinal fights that one off foul. And I know, Andrew, this is your first look at this Dolphins team. Crocco has an absolute cannon in the outfield. Plays a lot of infield. I didn't realize how strong of an arm he had until I saw him throwing the ball around prior to the start of an inning last year. But a strong arm out there and left for the Dolphins, as Esposito, who was ahead 0-2 in this at-bat, has now seen the count run full to 3-2. And he loses Espinal as he issues the walk to lead off the 6th inning. And that is not what you want to see if you're the Dolphins coaching staff or John Esposito out on the mound.
Yeah, especially after the last inning they just had offensively. You don't want to give any back here to Bloomfield, especially at this point in the game. So let's see how Esposito continues here.
Well, if the Bears are going to work their way back into this game, they'd be best served to get started now, as they have, as I mentioned before, 2, 3, and 4 due up. So this is the inning to strike for the Bears. Elvis Lopez behind in the count 0-1 here, steps out of the box and calls for time. Espinal, the runner, over at first. Tyree Bradley represents the tying run in the on-deck circle if Lopez can get on. The count even on the Bears catcher at 1 strike. And that finds the inside corner for strike 2. And Lopez clearly not happy with that call. And he's still discussing it with the home plate umpire. That pitch has been called all day. At this point, the hitters really can't complain. But I think it's fair to say that we have a pitcher's umpire behind the dish, as that's hit over to short. Cipoletti has it. Throw to Myers for 1. Relay not in time, as Kalika had to come off the bag to scoop it out of the dirt. Good effort by the Dolphins' middle infield, but not enough to turn 2.
Yeah, nearly falling over to make the throw to second, so a good effort, and at least get the 1 out.
That will bring up Tyree Bradley. Lopez and Espinal trading places over at first base. And Bradley looks at a call at strike 1. Bradley officially 0 for 1 in the game, struck out and walked in his 2 at-bats so far. Angel Murray, who had the big game-tying RBI hit in the top of the 4th inning for the Bears, stands on deck as Bradley is quickly in a 2-strike hole. Lopez not straying far over at first base. Esposito once again looking for strikeout number 9 right here. He is one big pitch away from securing that. Bradley is ready as Esposito comes set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And there were definitely some aspiring umpires in the stands who thought that was strike 3. Up here, I thought it was strike 3.
Absolutely, I agree. I was waiting for the call.
Me too. No doubt. That's been called a strike all game. Here comes the 1-2. And that's popped up weakly on the infield, and Kalika will make the catch in fair territory for the second out.
Now batting the second baseman, number 12, Angel Murray.
Angel Murray is the batter. Murray 1 for 2. I mentioned that big RBI base hit he had earlier. Has also flown out to left. And the first pitch to Murray is in for a called strike 1. Top of the order due up for the Dolphins, who, if they maintain this lead, will be looking for some insurance in the bottom half of the 6th. Esposito checks on Lopez over at first, but he's not going anywhere here. At least his lead would not indicate he is going anywhere, as Murray went fishing down in the dirt for strike 2, so I believe that's an 0-2 count as the scoreboard reads 0-1. That's fixed, and Murray looks at that pitch outside. When you hear our audio cut, that is me communicating down the hall, so you don't have to adjust your monitors, TV screens, laptops, mobile device, or wherever you may be watching us on the ECC network. An outage of the volume means I'm communicating down the hall. The count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Murray. This next pitch will be number 100 for John Esposito.
Still looking very strong on that mound, too.
And it is a big number 100 as that is swung on and missed for strike 3. That punch out for Esposito is his 9th, and his team will take a 3-run lead into the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins leading the Bears by a score of 4-1. And we have a new pitcher for Bloomfield College. And I'm going to have to get a look at the number on that jersey, as it is not easy to see from where we are seated. We'll wait until this next pitch. That looks like a number 8, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps you can help me, Andrew. That is number 8.
Absolutely, number 8.
So we will get that change for you in just a moment. That will be Luis Garcia taking the mound for Bloomfield, as he will face the top of the Dolphins' batting order in the home half of the 6th inning. And taking a look towards the Dolphins' bullpen, it is quiet, which means that 100 pitches deep into this outing, it appears as if John Esposito will take the mound for the 7th.
That's some impressive stuff, and he's had a really, really good day. He's only given up the 1 run. He has given up 4 hits, but his team maintains that 4-1 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. So let's see if he remains strong, like you said, after 100 pitches.
Well, as Luis Garcia throws his warm-up tosses, we'll get a look at the numbers for Garcia on the season, and it has been only 1 appearance for the Bears right-hander, and it did not go well. He allowed, in that 1 inning of work, a pair of base hits, 3 runs, all earned, and he walked 5. So command issues certainly plagued Garcia in his lone inning of work this year, and an opportunity for him to try and get right in this spot, as his team really needs him to put up a 0 heading into the final half inning, or what could be the final half inning if the Bears don't get even or take the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. They're lacking in offense as it is, so far just a run on 4 hits through 6 sides, or through 5 sides rather, and they're definitely going to need a hit here. They're definitely going to need at least a run or 2 here, because that could be it.
The updates continue to roll in from CSI Softball. Dolphins trailed 1-0, tied it up at 1, took a 2-1 lead, and that game is now tied at 2. So very back-and-forth affairs down the hill over at Softball. And here on the baseball diamond, the CSI men have a 4-1 lead and are 3 outs away from a win in their home opener. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention that head coach Mike Morrow became the winningest coach in the history of the CSI baseball program earlier this year. That win picked up down at the Cal Ripken Experience, a spring training trip for baseball down in the Carolinas. Each win adds to that total. A win in this game would also push the Dolphins above the 500 mark and would improve them to 5-4 as Gardner opens the inning with a walk.
Number 21, Dominic Castiglione.
That will bring up Dominic Castiglione. Castiglione 1 for 2, has walked, singled, and grounded out. That ground out came with the bases loaded. Dolphins were denied in that spot as Castiglione takes one straight to the numbers. So I mentioned the control issues for Garcia, has walked a batter, now hits Castiglione.
Yeah, and he's going to need to settle it down here. And if, on the other hand, if the Dolphins are looking for some insurance, this is their chance with 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th.
So Thomas Martin, one of the Dolphins' most prolific bats last year, will come in as a pinch hitter as he replaces Angel Santiago. And in order to do Martin justice, I'll have to go through the numbers for him from last year. There's a look at the spray chart, Andrews. You see a lot of green on that screen over there for Martin.
And a good option to go to here in this situation.
I just had a great idea. As those spray charts I have, we could incorporate into the broadcast. We could just show that screen with my adapter. So perhaps something to think about ahead of the next game, as we have access to a lot of great stats here on my iPad.
That would definitely spice up the broadcast there, Joe.
Maybe we can get that working and try and share it on the screen next game. As Martin checks the swing, and that's strike 1. We do have screen, or I should say picture-in-picture capabilities, so definitely something to think about next game. Comes the 0-1, and that sails over Martin's head, so I think the Dolphins would be wise to hit a bit defensively here, as Garcia has not been close on several pitches already.
Yeah, nearly having to duck out of the way of that one.
Martin last season led the Dolphins hitting .385, 30 hits and 78 at-bats. He slugged at over 600 with an OPS well over 1,000. 1060 OPS for Martin last year. As down at softball, the Dolphins just fell behind 3-2. Still early in that game. When this game comes to a close, Andrew and I will step aside. Our microphones will be muted, so you will not hear any sound, but when you hear my voice, that means it is time to play ball ahead of game number 2 between the Dolphins and the Bears. Once again, Joe Foreman alongside Andrew Rotundo on the call as Martin fouls back another one. Count remains 1-2 on Martin. Stephen Kalika in the on-deck circle for the Dolphins, so no pinch hitter forthcoming for CSI. As the man at the plate, Martin pinch hit for Santiago in the 3rd spot.
It's becoming a tough at-bat.
Martin has fought off the last 2. Comes the 1-2 pitch. And that's down and in. As they throw behind the runner, Gardner over at second. I'm not sure why that throw was made, as Gardner was backing easily. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Thomas Martin. And that is looked at just out of the zone. Martin appeared tempted to offer at that pitch, but held up, and the count's now full.
Good take by Martin. Definitely a good take. Otherwise, he could be taking a walk back to the dugout.
2 runners with speed on. We'll see if the Dolphins send them here. Gardner's going. Apparently, Castiglione didn't get the memo, as that ground ball is booted over at shortstop by Ramirez. So what could have been a potential double play instead is an error committed by the Bears, and Martin is on via the E6. The bases are now loaded, and Stephen Kalika will be the batter.
And once again, this is the Dolphins' chance for insurance, and it could be more than just 1 or 2 runs here, as they got the bases loaded with nobody out still in the inning.
Very unlikely that the Dolphins chose to send Gardner and not Castiglione on that last pitch. So Castiglione had to have missed a sign. Now, that almost resulted in the potential for a double play, but that was quickly erased by the error. Now the infield in all around with Kalika at the plate, and he swings and misses for strike 1. Kalika 0 for 2 in the game, has struck out, flew out, and drew a walk. A base hit here breaks this game wide open. And that one misses up and away for a ball. We are quickly approaching the 2.5-hour mark in this game, as we got underway at 3:30 on the dot. Here comes the 1-1. And that's taken outside for ball 2. And the pace of this game has really come down to one thing. Have the pitchers been able to find the strike zone? That's been it. When there haven't been runners on base and walks haven't been issued, this game has been moving right along. Only 8 hits combined in the game, as that's taken for a called strike by Kalika. Two and 2 the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. Long look in by Garcia. And that is swung on and missed by Kalika for strike 3. So a big strikeout for Luis Garcia. And that will give Shendi Ulaj a chance with the bases loaded and 1 away.
Big strikeout there for Garcia. With the bases loaded, nobody out. Wasn't looking too promising. And he gets that big strikeout for out number 1.
Certainly wasn't looking good for Garcia. Things looking a bit better now as the middle infielders move back. So the Bears positioning the infield for a potential double play. We saw Shendi try and bunt for a hit in his last at bat. He's 1 for 2 in the game. Was credited with a single on a ball that hit off the glove of Ramirez up the middle. With a runner on first, I think it was more likely that was going to be a fielder's choice, but the official scorer has spoken. Ulaj ahead in the count, 2-0 here. Nowhere to put him for Garcia. We'll see if Ulaj has the green light, 2-0. And he does and makes the most of it. That's hit into right field. Cutting it off is Sanchez, but 2 runs will score easily on a 2 RBI double off the bat of Shendi Ulaj.
And that breaks this game wide open as they get another 2 runs on the board. Getting a 5-run lead now, so.
Green light for Ulaj on 2-0, and he capitalizes as Michael Crocco will get his first plate appearance of the game. He came in as a defensive substitution. And it is a hectic game going on down there over at softball. Just got another scoring update from our statistician, Louis Matrone. I'll share that after this first pitch to Crocco. And he looks at ball 1. So that game was evened up at 3 by the Dolphins, who trailed 3-2. CSI now leads 4-3.
Wow. Talk about back and forth.
Couple of hotly contested games over at softball. We're not even through 1 over here at baseball. Here comes the 1-0, and that's chopped foul. Well, the good news for Lewis and Sal, they should be wrapped up before the sun sets. Us, definitely not.
Definitely not.
I'm not sure I'll be started game 2 before the sun sets.
Interesting stuff.
Don't sound so enthused. This is the home opener, Andrew. Bring the energy.
Absolutely, Joe.
That wasn't it. As the 1-1 pitch is popped up, shallow left. Espinal is underneath it. And tagging at third is Martin. He is heading home, and that throw is not close as Martin will score the 7th Dolphins run.
And really blowing it open now are the Dolphins. It's a 6-run lead now. And the window is closing.
Well, we are going to have to get an official scoring, as I am not entirely sure what just happened. Unless there's a mercy rule.
I was just thinking, could it be a mercy rule?
I've heard of no such thing. There's no mercy rule in baseball, Andrew. So we'll have to get an explanation. Did they throw behind the runner at third and say he didn't touch third? I have no idea what just happened. Well, I guarantee you that it was radioed up to our official score. So we'll stay right here, and hopefully we can get some clarification. Thankfully, I did not score that yet. I am going to take off my headset and walk down the hall. Andrew, play a quick 30-second commercial. When we come back, we promise we'll have an explanation for you.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Okay, so it took longer than expected, but we did get clarification from down the hall. Somehow, Andrew and I missed it, as we are going to have to turn our microphones down. We have quite the echo now. The windows are closed, so with the temperature dropping, we are no longer braving the elements here in the commentary booth, as we have closed the windows. So we'll be tinkering with our audio throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening now as we approach 6 p.m., but the final out of the previous inning was recorded over at third base. If you were watching the feed, you may have seen it. Andrew and I apparently missed it, as there was some jawing going on between the Dolphins and the Bears dugout. So we had our attention turned there, but Ulaj was tagged out, presumably over at third base, to bring the last half inning to a close, and we have one quick out in the top of the seventh.
Interesting stuff there, Joe, to end that last inning, and seemingly missed a few things.
You don't see that too often, but in this case, we didn't see it. We missed it.
Right.
That being said, the run did count as Martin crossed the plate before the third out was recorded. So the Dolphins lead 7-1, one away here in the seventh, and a new pitcher into the game for the Dolphins. So John Esposito did not get the opportunity to close this game. He threw 100 pitches through 6 innings.
Close call there at home plate, waiting for the call.
Well, I'm trying to catch up scoring this game, as the new pitcher for the Dolphins is Liam Harding. Harding, a new face to this Dolphins ball club, and he has 2 quick outs in the seventh.
Now batting, the designated hitter, number 24, Christopher Walker.
So Christopher Walker will be the batter, and just like that, the Bears are down to their final out. And Walker looked to have offered at that pitch. We'll see. I think the home plate umpire said no.
I'm pretty sure that's called ball.
You would be right, and I would be wrong. Not the first time, as Walker looks at a called strike right there. Once again, following the conclusion of this game, Andrew and I are going to step aside for about 25 minutes. And as soon as Game 2 gets underway, we will rejoin you. There will be no audio in between games, so once you hear the sound of my voice, we are back. I can't hammer the point home enough. I would not want to be one of these players out there in short sleeves tonight. It is getting cold here at the College of Staten Island, as that will do it in the first game of our doubleheader. And for the Dolphins, they pick up the win in their home opener. Our final score, CSI 7 and Bloomfield 1. For the Dolphins, 7 runs on 5 hits and no errors. For the Bears, 1 run on 4 base hits and 3 errors. Game 2 coming up in approximately 30 minutes. We will rejoin you then right back here on the ECC Network. Stay on this stream, and when you hear my voice again, it is time for Game 2 of NCAA Division II non-conference baseball. From the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage live on the ECC Network. This is Game 2 of today's non-conference doubleheader between the Bloomfield College Bears and the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good evening, everybody. This is Joe Foreman once again, joined by Andrew Rotundo. And Andrew, we had a long first game earlier in the day, the Dolphins picking up the win by a score of 7-1. That game wrapped up about 35 or 40 minutes ago. Game 2 about to get underway.
Yeah, and that first game was a little bit of a blowout towards the end, at least. I mean, through the first 4 or so innings, it was kept pretty close as there was only one run scored between both or for each of the teams, and then the Dolphins ended up blowing it up, and Esposito stayed strong on the mound.
John Esposito threw 6 innings in the Dolphins' first game, had 9 strikeouts, pitched very well for the College of Staten Island, gave way to Liam Harding in the 7th. Harding looked very impressive as he closed the door on the Bears, and the Dolphins picked up the 6-run victory. Once again, Javale Barnes will lead off for the Bears. He was the first place hitter in Game 1 as well, and if you take a look at the Bears on the on-deck circle, the ledge of the dugout, at the plate, you see Barnes now sporting the long-sleeve shirts underneath their jerseys. So the players wisely opting for the long sleeves as we begin to bleed into the evening hours, approaching 6:40 p.m. here at the College of Staten Island.
Yeah, Joe, and clearly the players are starting to feel that weather down on the field, so we'll see how it plays in for Game 2.
Count on Barnes now 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the mound for the College of Staten Island is Pat Gardner, and following this next pitch, we'll bring you the Bears lineup that he will face. And Gardner opens up his start with a strikeout of Javale Barnes for the first out of the game. The rest of the Bloomfield College lineup, batting second will be Jack Smith. Batting third, Elvis Lopez. Batting fourth, Tyree Bradley. And, well, I misread the lineup card they gave me. Batting second is not Jack Smith, so I'll get that fixed in just a moment. But that is number 7, Jonas Espinal at the plate, not Jack Smith. So the lineup card looked to have said 4, but it was very faint. So my guess is it was just the ink not picking up through the different lineup sheets. But that is Espinal at the plate, batting second. Elvis Lopez bats third. Tyree Bradley bats fourth. Angel Murray bats fifth. Justin Rivera bats sixth. Justin Sanchez bats seventh. Sammy Cruz bats eighth. And Luigi Luna bats ninth. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Jonas Espinal, and he looks at that pitch on the inside corner for a called strike 2. In the field for the Dolphins, left to right in the outfield, Burkhead, Castiglione, Crocco. On the infield, Martin at first, Myers at second, Cetera at third, Cipoletti at short. Behind the plate, Michael Kehoe, and as I mentioned before, on the mound is Pat Gardner, who just surrendered his first base hit of the game. And on with a 1-out single is Jonas Espinal.
And an early start here for the Bears with that hit as they get going offensively, and let's see how early they can get going scoring.
Well, neither team really got it going offensively until very late in our first game, but both teams, if I'm not mistaken, finished with 5 hits or less. The Dolphins had 5 hits and the Bears had 4, if memory serves me correctly. Unfortunately, no live stats for tonight's games as we have softball going on down the hill at the same time, and softball locked in a close one. It was 4-3 when we came on the air for the start of this game. Count 2-0 on Elvis Lopez. And Lopez takes up and in for ball 3. So after giving up the 1-out single, Gardner now behind 3-0 on Lopez. And he takes a strike. for the Bears in game one. They did struggle at the plate, as we mentioned, only 4 hits, but really failed to capitalize with men on base, and that was ultimately their downfall in that game. The Dolphins just did more with their opportunities with runners on. 3-1 the count on Lopez, and he grounds one through the right side for a base hit. Espinal takes the turn. He will head to third. And the Bears have runners on the corners with 1 out in the opening inning.
And definitely a better start for the Bears in this one than in the last one, is now just 1 out in the inning, and they've got runners at the corners on 2 base hits.
Well, those were 2 very softly hit balls by the Bears. One lofted over shortstop and into shallow left field. And then another one grounded weakly through the right side, but they now have runners on the corners for their cleanup hitter, Tyree Bradley. And that one got by Kehoe. No play over at second base as Lopez will take second on the wild pitch, or at least I would presume that'd be a wild pitch in the opposite batter's box. Kehoe did get a glove on it. That eliminates the possibility for a double play, and with the middle infielders back, a ground ball to the middle will score a run. Big gap up the middle in the infield of the Dolphins, as that's taken outside for ball 2.
Gardner finds himself in some early trouble here. It's going to be interesting to see how he works out of it.
A walk might not be the worst thing here, but Angel Murray looms on deck. He had a big RBI hit for the Bears in game 1. And now Gardner is behind Tyree Bradley 3-0. It's not the start that Pat Gardner and the Dolphins were looking for. Here comes the 3-0 pitch, and that catches the outside corner for strike 1. Three balls and 1 strike, the count on Bradley. And that's up and away for ball 4. So Bradley is on with a 5-pitch walk, and the Bears now have the bases loaded in the opening inning.
And we're already going to see a mound visit from the Dolphins dugout. Try and settle down Gardner a little bit.
Pat Daddio will lead the conference on the mound for the Dolphins, who now face a bases-loaded 1-out situation. And we are trying to work on our audio. Closing the windows due to the cold temperatures has really created issues with our audio and echoing. We're trying to get that sorted out right now.
Second baseman, number 12, Angel Murray.
Angel Murray will be the batter. He comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out in the top half of the first inning. Opportunity for the Bears to snatch the early lead as Gardner misses up and in for ball 1. Gardner has thrown 19 pitches, 10 of them out of the strike zone. Make it 11.
Can't seem to find the zone here, Joe. It might get him some deeper trouble.
Nowhere to put Murray. Gardner in big trouble here on the mound as he misses inside for ball 3.
That's the 3rd batter in a row that he threw 3 straight balls to.
3-0 the count on Angel Murray. Bases loaded, only 1 out. And Gardner has nowhere to put a batter And that just caught the inside corner. Murray was ready to flip the bat away and take first base.
Nearly a run comes home on that. But a good job by Gardner to just catch that zone for strike one.
3 balls and 1 strike the count as that's chopped on the infield. And making the play at short is Cipoletti. He throws out Murray, but that will bring home the first run of the game. And the Bears take an early 1-run lead.
And exactly how they wanted to draw that up, at least to bring home a run. And that's what they do. They bring at least 1 home on that before ending the inning.
If the Dolphins can escape this, only allowing a run, I think that would be a victory for CSI. But still another batter standing between them and only allowing a run, and that is Justin Rivera. And Rivera with a half swing fouls that pitch off, and he's quickly behind 0-2. And once again, that pitch is fouled back by Rivera, who stays alive.
And like you said, if Gardner can get out of this inning just giving up that 1 run, I think that could be pretty big going forward, as obviously it's only the first inning.
And the 0-2 pitch is outside. Well, we saw this several times in the early game. Pitchers getting into situations where they had multiple runners on base, less than 2 outs, and both Sarza and Esposito able to pitch their way out of those jams, and Gardner does so right here, only allowing 1 run. So Gardner is frustrated with himself, but he does limit the damage as the Dolphins will trail 1-0 heading into the bottom half of the first inning.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins and Bears from the College of Staten Island as Bloomfield has taken their first lead of the day. They are leading the College of Staten Island 1-0 heading into the bottom half of the first inning. As the Dolphins found themselves in a very precarious spot in the top half of the opening inning, Pat Gardner did a good job to work out of trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Only giving up that 1 run. Like you said, he gave up over 20 pitches in the inning. And to only give up that 1 run on 2 hits, that's good for the Dolphins as it's still early in this one. It's still only the first inning. So let's see if their offense can get going and put a few runs up as well.
28 pitches to be exact for Pat Gardner in the opening inning. And Hami Noah will take the mound for the Bears. And we didn't get you the numbers on Gardner as we got onto the air right before first pitch. But we do have the numbers for Noah. And Hami Noah comes in with an ERA of 4.5, a whip of 1.2, This is his third appearance and second start in 10 innings. He's allowed 10 hits, 5 runs, all of those earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 8. Opponent's hitting at 250 against him. At the top of the Dolphins lineup that he will face is Jake Myers. Myers hit 9th in Game 1, now leads off Game 2. Want to know the count on Myers? And he takes down and away for ball 2. The rest of the Dolphins lineup is as follows. Batting second will be Dominic Castiglione. Batting third, Thomas Martin. In the cleanup spot, Shendi Ulaj. Batting fifth, Anthony Sotera. Batting sixth, Brian Burkhead. Batting seventh, Nick Cipoletti. Batting eighth, Michael Crocco. And batting ninth, Michael Kehoe. As that's hit up in the air out toward right field, Sanchez is waiting, and he makes the catch for out number 1. And we saw a very similar play to that in the first at-bat for the Dolphins in Game 1, and Sanchez did not make the catch.
Yeah, absolutely. And that eventually led to the first Dolphins run of the game.
That 1-0 lead was one the Dolphins would hold for several innings. Game was ultimately tied up by the Bears in the 4th. Dolphins put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 5th. As Castiglione takes down and away for ball 1. Dolphins, as I mentioned, played with a 1-run lead for much of Game 1 before the Bears tied it. Now the Bears will play from ahead by a run. And they have one of their more reliable arms out on the mound here for Game 2. So we'll see if Noah can keep that lead as John Esposito did for 3 innings in Game 1. And the 1-0 finds the outside corner for a called strike. Here comes the 1-1. That's it on the ground towards short, and on the backhand, Cruz could not make the play. So I think that's going to be a single, as that was hit deep into the hole. Castiglione has good speed, and the Dolphins have their first base hit of the game.
Well, Joe, they're calling that an error up on the big board. I'm not sure if that's what the call was down on the field.
No way. I'm going to get that corrected. Well, I just gave them my 2 cents down the hall. That is definitely a hit. There is no question, as Martin rips one into left field, and that is also played on the backhand and left. Nice job to cut that ball off in left field to prevent a double by Espinal. Moving to second is Castiglione, and the Dolphins have 2 on with 1 out in the home half of the first.
And the Dolphins seem to be getting something going here with 2 straight hits. And now 2 on and only 1 out, and they got a good opportunity to answer the Bears' early strike in that top of the first.
Shendi Ulaj is the batter, and he looks at that pitch downstairs for ball 1. And I just want to double check with my broadcast partner, Andrew. That was absolutely a hit, correct?
Absolutely.
No doubt.
No doubt.
Just want to make sure I'm not seeing it from a biased perspective here, because there is, in my mind, no question that was a hit. But that was 2 at-bats ago now, as Martin wasted no time. He jumped on the first pitch. His hot hitting continues. 1-0 the count on Ulaj. And that's down in the dirt for ball 2. Dolphins 4 batters deep into this first inning, and Hami Noah has only thrown 9 pitches.
Going on the attack early in counts are the Dolphins so far, and playing out for them a little bit.
And Ulaj rips one into left field. Both runners will move up 1 base, and now the Dolphins have the bases loaded in the bottom half of the first.
Station-to-station baseball here, Joe, as another base hit down, and that loads the bases for CSI, and a big opportunity here to answer, not just tie, but maybe even take the lead here in the bottom of the first.
And a big opportunity for another new face on this Dolphins ball club, Anthony Cetera. Cetera batting in the 5th spot in the Dolphins order, comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out. Same situation we saw the Bears in the top half of the inning. They were only able to cash in 1, and you said it, Andrew, a chance for the Dolphins to one-up them right here. The first pitch to Cetera is up high for ball 1. Once again, if you hear our audio cut out, we are communicating down the hall. So it looked like we were going to have pitcher communicating with catcher right there for the Bears, but time was called. Anthony Cetera enters today's action 2 of 5 as he pops one up a mile high on the infield in foul territory, and that play was almost botched, if I'm not mistaken, as Rivera drifted into foul territory, had to make a tough basket catch.
Yeah, that was a tough catch, a lot tougher than it looked, as he had to go down into foul territory, but nonetheless, it's out number 2, and Dolphins are going to need a base hit to bring home a run here.
Well, in fairness to him over at third, he made it look easy. That was not an easy play. He reached out to the side and made a basket catch. The ball was about maybe a foot away from him. That was not an easy play. The wind always a factor here at the College of Staten Island. All runners forced to hold, and now it is left to Brian Burkhead with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the home half of the first inning, and Burkhead looks at ball 1. Long look in from Noah. He comes set. And the 1-0 pitch on its way. And that's popped up on the infield once again. Cruz is there, and he makes the catch to retire the side. So the Dolphins strand the bases loaded and will still trail by a run when we come back for the second inning.
You can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we are back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins trailing 1-0 after the first inning. And Andrew, big opportunities for both teams in the opening inning. The Bears only able to plate one run. The Dolphins failed to score.
Yeah, and more so the Dolphins, they had bases loaded, only one away in the inning, and then two straight pop-ups took them out of the inning. So not good for them there, and they're going to look to keep the score the way it is here in the top of the second, already down 1-0.
Well, I always say you have to capitalize when you have a runner on third base and less than 2 outs. The Dolphins did not do that in the home half of the first, and they do not score. Now, the scoreboard still reads 2 hits for the Dolphins and 1 error for the Bears, and I'm not going to let this go. The Dolphins should have 3 hits, and there should be no errors up on the scoreboard for the Bears. Just saying.
You're absolutely right about that, Joe.
Just saying.
I completely agree with that. That was not an error. It was a base hit.
As that pitch is taken up and away for ball 1. Justin Sanchez, the Bears' right fielder, at the plate. And he looks at that pitch downstairs for ball 2. So Gardner really struggled to find the strike zone later in that first inning. Threw 28 pitches and has now missed with 2 straight, or I should say 2 of 3, as that's fouled back. Count now 2-2. That's what happens, Andrew. I don't let things go, and I miss a pitch. As that is swung on and missed by Sanchez for strike 3. A big cut by the Bears' right fielder, and he's a strikeout victim for out number 1.
Good start for Gardner here in the second inning after that long first inning that he had. And that should boost his confidence a little bit. An opening strikeout here in the second.
That strikeout is Gardner's 3rd of the game. And I didn't provide them in the first inning, but I do have the numbers on Gardner right now, as this appearance is only his 2nd on the mound this season. He's thrown 4 innings, allowed 1 hit, 1 run. That run was earned. He's walked 2, struck out 4, and 12 opposing batters hitting at .083 against him. Count even right here at 1 ball and 1 strike. And the 1-1 is chopped toward the middle of the infield. Cipolletti's got it, and his throw a bit low, but Martin handles it for the 2nd out.
And definitely woken up a little bit here on the mound is Gardner. 2 up, 2 down here in the second. That's big for the Dolphins.
And we have a final over at the softball diamond. We haven't heard from our friends Lewis and Sal in a while, but we do have a final over at softball. Dolphins win 4-3. So the Dolphins move to 3-4 on the season. And they split today's doubleheader against Holy Family.
A couple of back and forth matchups down the hill today, Joe.
Luigi Luna is the batter, and that pitch evens up the count at 1-1. Luna did not play in the first game, as there's a half swing on that pitch, and he went around for strike 2. Gardner is working very quickly out on the hill right now. And there's another half swing by Luna. He held. He stays alive to count 2 balls and 2 strikes, but after what we saw in the first game, 2 pitchers working very deliberately, Gardner, in stark contrast to that, is working very quickly right now, as he misses up and away for ball 3. 41 pitches for Gardner already in just an inning and 2/3. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that is on the inside corner for a called strike 3. So Luna goes down looking. Gardner now has 4 strikeouts, and the Dolphins will come to bat in the bottom half of the second, trailing just 1-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, we have a prodigy. So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Number 2.
And we're back here on the ECC network, and I headed down the hall, had a word with our official statistician, both our athletic communications coordinator, Joe Masha, and our interim director of athletics, TJ Tibbs, agreed that that play on the infield was an error. So an error it stands.
That's a very interesting call, Joe.
We're the hometown scorers, Andrew. If it's questionable, it's a hit. I still don't think it was questionable, but I have to let it go as the first pitch of the bottom half of the second is swung on and missed by Nick Cipoletti for a strike. Or I should say the second pitch is, once again, you don't let things go. You miss pitches.
That's what happens, Joe.
1-1 the count on the Dolphin shortstop as that pitch misses low. So we figured out in between innings that part of the issue with the audio is that our headset that we use for audio testing was blaring the sound of my voice across the room. So it was coming through on Andrew's left and on Andrew's right. We figured that out in between innings.
I still couldn't hear from the exact location because of, the headphones being on.
I said to you during game 1, I hear myself twice. My voice is coming from somewhere else as Cipoletti looks at ball 4. But thankfully, it appears we have that sorted out, and hopefully they didn't get too much of my voice twice all day long. I guess I'll find out when I go home and watch this back.
Absolutely.
Number 4, Michael Crocco.
Michael Crocco will be the batter. Crocco came in as a defensive replacement in game 1. Crocco shows bunt and pulls it back. Now, this is a situation where I can get behind the bunt.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I like it in the, in the sacrifice type of situation, to move a runner up, especially when there's nobody out.
The reason I'm okay with it here is because you have a speedy runner on first who on that pitch was going as Crocco was swinging. So he's retired. That is effectively, well, I should say has the same effect as a sacrifice, but nonetheless, Cipoletti moves to second, Crocco is retired, and Michael Kehoe will be the batter. But the reason I'm okay with it there is because you have a very speedy runner on first, and the Dolphins are right at the bottom of their batting order. Now, the Bears in the last game had a hitter who so far on the year, in a small sample size, is hitting just 182, and you had a runner, or I should say a batter in the on-deck circle hitting at 270. That's why I was more critical of the bunt in that spot. Or I should say the batter who was asked to bunt was hitting 270, while the on-deck batter was hitting 182. But we'll have to let that go as well. Michael Kehoe, the batter, is behind in the count 0-1 as that pitch misses downstairs. Dolphins with another chance, this time one in scoring position and one out. Count even at 1-1 strike on Kehoe, and Noah will step off. Noah comes set once again. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and that's outside for ball 2. You can just see it's been the case in both games. Runners on base brings the pace of the pitching to a screeching halt without fail.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's the pitcher trying to gain more concentration or...
Cipoletti will tag from second on that fly ball, and that's a strong throw by Sanchez from right field, but no chance to get the speedy Cipoletti at third.
Yeah, at least a good job there by Cipoletti to get up to third. But they're still going to need a base hit to bring him home.
And it will be left to the leadoff man, Jake Myers, to chase home the tying run. Myers 0 for 1, flew out in his first at-bat, and the first pitch that he sees is over for a called strike one. Cipoletti, the runner at third, 2 away in the bottom half of the second inning. And that one is hit out towards center field. Barnes, ranging to his right, will make the catch for the third out. So once again, the Dolphins strand a runner on base. They stranded 3 in the first. That is now 4 total stranded by CSI through the first 2 innings. Our score remains 1-0 heading to the third.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like, I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And we're back from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trailing 1-0. Heading into the top half of the third inning, Pat Gardner returns to the mound for the College of Staten Island, and he misses with his first pitch of the inning for ball one. JaVale Barnes at the plate is 0 for 1. Struck out in his first at bat. Gardner made quick work of him to open up the game. And a big swing there by Barnes. I think he fouled that pitch off his shin.
Yeah, it seems so, as he takes a little bit of a walk away from the plate for a second, so to regather himself.
If I'm not mistaken, the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. The scoreboard reads 0-2. And the 0-2 pitch misses up and away, or I should say the 1-2 pitch. The scoreboard continues to play tricks on me out in left field.
Count should be 2-2, Joe.
Thought so. As that's down and in for ball 3. And that catches the inside corner for strike 3 called.
Wow, what a pitch.
That is what we call a dot on the inside corner from Gardner, and I don't think Barnes liked the call much.
Definitely not, as he was getting ready to take a walk to first, and next thing you know, he's walking towards the dugout instead.
And there's a big swing and a miss by Jonas Espinal. Espinal 1 for 1, singled in his first at-bat. Espinal got things started in the first for the Bears. And the inning really took off from there. We've seen some very good pitching for all but a couple of innings today. As that's lofted foul down the third base line and out of play. To the count on Jonas Espinal. And that's popped up on the infield. Coming in from left is Burkhead, and that ball carried much more than I expected as the wind is blowing out in that direction.
Absolutely. He had to move at the last second a step to find it. Nonetheless, out number 2.
I thought that ball was on the infield off the bat, but I've been known to be a bad judge of fly balls.
It definitely drifted a little bit there, Joe.
Thanks, Andrew. Elvis Lopez will be the batter. Lopez 1 for 1, also singled in the first. It was a soft single for Espinal, followed by another soft single for Lopez. That got the opening frame started for the Bears. Count 1-0. And that's down in the dirt for ball 2. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. And that's hit well out to left field. Burkhead chasing it back towards the wall. He looks up at the fence, and that ball is gone. Elvis Lopez with a solo shot off of Pat Gardner, and that will double up the Bloomfield lead. They take a 2-0 advantage over CSI.
And that's a blow to CSI, and that's the first home run we've seen between both sides today, and it's a big one. They extend the lead to 2-0 over CSI.
And the Bears are fired up outside of their dugout. They are making some noise as they surround their teammate Elvis Lopez. He hit that ball very well, and that was a line drive shot over the left field wall. You don't often see one hit on a line like that over the fence here at the College of Staten Island. This is a full-sized ballpark. If I'm not mistaken, 410 in center.
That ball was ripped.
That was a rope over the left field wall. Quite the shot by Elvis Lopez. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that one's not close as Gardner loses his hat. And I think, Andrew, he might have been a bit shaken after that home run.
Yeah, definitely. He's got to settle himself down a little bit here and get out of this inning, as CSI already finds themselves down 2-0.
Well, there's no reason to try and overthrow here. If you're Gardner, the bases are empty. There's 2 outs. It's only a 2-run game. That was a solo shot. And that pitch is not close. So Gardner visibly frustrated with himself right now. But he needs to make sure this inning doesn't get out of hand. Still only needs 1 out to get back to the dugout and give his team a chance to get up on the scoreboard for the first time in this game. Angel Murray will be the batter. Murray 0 for 1, grounded out in his first at-bat. And he is nearly hit by that pitch, and it did catch him. It caught him on the hand.
Yeah, Gardner needs to settle down here a little bit. 2 more base runners for the Bears. Keeps the inning going.
I thought we might get a mound visit here, but no stirring in the Dolphins' dugout yet. There is action in the CSI bullpen. Brandon Lano beginning to get loose in the CSI bullpen, so perhaps a quick hook for Gardner, who's now up to 60 pitches. And that's chopped foul by Justin Rivera. He struck out in his first at-bat. Oh, 0-1 the count on Rivera, and Gardner's pitch is once again chopped foul. So 0-2 the count on the Bears' third baseman. And the 0-2 pitch is once again chopped foul. So Rivera continuing to fight off some tough pitches.
And becoming another tough at-bat for Gardner. Gardner's still looking away out of this inning.
That's been a recurring theme in this half inning, especially since the home run. No easy outs. Here comes the 0-2, and that is swung on and missed by Rivera for strike 3. So Pat Gardner strands 2 more on base for the Bears, but not before a solo shot by Elvis Lopez gives Bloomfield a 2-run lead. Our score now 2-0 Bears heading to the bottom half.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back from the CSI Baseball Complex. In case you did not hear it, Dominic Castiglione is indeed leading off in the bottom half of the third inning. Dolphins now trailing 2-0 following an Elvis Lopez solo shot off of Pat Gardner. And Castiglione looks at that pitch in the zone for strike one. Castiglione 1-for-1, singled in his first at-bat. Comes the 0-1, and that's pulled foul down the third base line and out of play. So Castiglione quickly in a 2-strike hole. Castiglione ready. Noah set. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. And Castiglione is drilled for the second time today.
Ooh.
Obviously, no intent behind that one as Noah got ahead of him 0-2, and Castiglione gets on the hard way for the second time.
The first baseman, number 33, Thomas Martin.
Thomas Martin will be the batter with Castiglione on first base and nobody out. We have our statistician from softball, Louis Matrone, in the booth with us now, and it's a shame Louis wasn't here to score that other ground ball through the left side. Dom would be, well, actually, Dom officially is 0-for-1. He reached on an error officially. I gave him a single.
True.
So Dom, technically, is 0-for-1 and has been hit by a pitch. They did not change the ruling.
They didn't change the ruling. That one is still up there, so.
And we tried to go to video review, but someone did not alter the camera angle to show us the infield when the ball was hit. So we were unable to see the play in the field. I won't name names, but let's just say that the person responsible for the controls might be seated to my right.
There's a little problem in the truck down here, so, you know.
Problem in the truck. That's what you have to say for yourself? 1-1 the count on Thomas Martin, and he takes down in the dirt for ball two. Martin is 1-for-1. He singled in his first at bat. That is official.
Absolutely.
Undoubtedly official. The Castiglione one, still a bit ambiguous. We're not sure. As Martin looks at that pitch in the dirt, Castiglione looks to run, and he slides in safely. Good heads-up base running by Dom Castiglione. That pitch did not get far from the catcher, Luna, but Castiglione took full advantage of that ball in the dirt and swiped second base.
Yeah, like you said, Joe, good heads-up play there to steal second. And he knew exactly what he was doing there, and he executed.
Now, we're going back there again, Andrew. I went down the hall and said Dom was definitely beating out that ball on the left side. You know what they told me? Dom's not that fast. Well, take a look at that. I think Dom might have something else to say about that.
I think he might beg to differ.
And now Martin gets drilled with a pitch, and Noah has lost his command. And is that the fourth batter that the Bears have hit today?
I want to say third or fourth, yes.
I think the Dolphins have hit one. That came in the last half inning.
Yes.
So we'll see if anything comes of that. Hopefully not, but a lot of these pitches that have hit Dolphins have hit them square in the numbers. Shendi Ulaj is the batter. And for Ulaj, this is the second time he's come up with two men on base.
First baseman coming over to settle him down a little bit.
And we have a lot of chirping now coming from the Dolphins dugout. I was trying to make out some of what was being said, but I think they're just trying to encourage Ulaj into a base hit here. He's ahead in the count 1-0. And make it 2-0. So Ulaj now in a great spot. Ahead in the count 2-0. 2 men on base. Still nobody out. An extra base hit could tie this game.
Huge opportunity for the Dolphins to get in this one right here.
And Ulaj takes ball 3, so perhaps Noah, after hitting a couple of batters, is now a bit hesitant to come into the strike zone.
He's definitely not finding the zone. This last batter or two, he's having trouble here. And let's see how he can work out of it. But like we said, this is a huge opportunity for the Dolphins.
And Ulaj looks at a called strike on the outside corner as that throw back to Noah skips away towards shortstop, but it is retrieved by Angel Murray, the second baseman. Three balls and 1 strike, the count on the Dolphins' designated hitter. And that one is ripped straight into the glove of Rivera, and Castiglione is doubled off of second base for the double play.
Heads-up play there by the Bears, and they get the double play. And Dolphins had 2 on and nobody out, and all of a sudden now they only got 1 on and 2 out in the inning. So great defensive play and a great catch over at third base there.
Well, I hope our scorer, Joe Masha, who cheated Castiglione out of a base hit, knows how to properly score that one, because I can't rescue him. I'm in here.
Good point, Joe. Good point.
I hope he knows what he's doing down there. You could ask that question after that old scoring from a couple of innings ago. Just saying. Just saying. Anthony Cetera is now the batter. He's ahead in the count 1-0. And the count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike on Cetera, as I'm trying to make sure I properly score that last play, so I apologize for the silence. All right, all good. As the 1-1 pitch is offered at by Cetera. That was awfully close.
Interesting call.
Interesting is usually code for bad.
Right.
Or questionable at the very least. Highly questionable. We try not to take sides here. Says the guy who's been complaining about 1 call for the last 3 innings, as that's grounded over to short, and Cetera is thrown out to bring the bottom half of the 3rd inning to a close. Dolphins will still trail by 2 when we come back for the 4th.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
Justin Sanchez steps into the box to lead off the top half of the fourth inning for the Bears. They have a 2-0 lead over the College of Staten Island. Pat Gardner returns to the mound. And his first pitch of the inning is in for a called strike one. Gardner has 6 strikeouts in his 3 innings of work. Got into a big jam in the first, escaped only allowing the 1 run, and then gave up a solo shot to Elvis Lopez over the left field wall in the third. The Dolphins have had plenty of opportunities to get even in this game, but a good job on the mound by Hami Noah of the Bears to prevent that from happening. The situational hitting just hasn't been there for these two teams today in many spots. The biggest hit of the day belongs to Nick Cipoletti of the Dolphins. He came through with a 3 RBI double in Game 1. That gave the Dolphins the lead, and they would never look back. Gardner once again behind a hitter, 3-1, but Sanchez offers at that pitch and chops it over to third. Sotera throws him out, and that is the first out of the inning.
And a good quick first out there by Gardner and the Dolphins, as they haven't had much offense today, so they're going to need to rely on their defense a little bit more, and so until they get their offense going.
I think I could say with fairly reasonable certainty, if we had a combined 9 hits in the first game, anything less than a combined 10 hits in this game would be an all-time low for me, covering a doubleheader. No doubt about it, as that's it toward the middle, ranging to his left is Cipoletti. He makes the play, and he throws out Cruz for the second out.
And a good play to get over to that ball and make the throw to first, and that's 2 up, 2 down for the Bears here in their side of the fourth.
It's been a great day for the middle of the Dolphins infield. This double play combination of Cipoletti and Myers appears to be something that the Dolphins fans can look forward to watching for the next couple of years. Cipoletti in his second year with the Dolphins, Myers in his first year with CSI. And Luigi Luna looks at a called, or I should say, a ball out of the zone. Thought I saw a hand motion there from the umpire. Apparently did not. Here comes the 1-0, and that's up high for ball 2.
Gardner looking to get out of this inning quickly and boost his confidence back up.
Not often you see a pitcher fall behind 3-1 and now 3-0 and get through an inning 1-2-3. But Gardner still has a chance to do that right here. Comes the 3-0, and that finds the inside corner for a called strike. Three and 1 the count, and Luna steps out. He struck out looking in his first at-bat. I think he ran the count to a 3-ball count in that at-bat as well. As the scoreboard now reads 2-2.
The umpire changed it, Joe. It was 2-2.
I was correct.
You were correct.
Nothing new there. And we'll head to the bottom half of the fourth inning. Dolphins trailing 2-0.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. from great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trailing by 2 runs, entering the bottom half of the 4th inning. Brian Burkhead leads things off for the Dolphins. 6, 7, and 8 due up for CSI, and Burkhead hits one towards short, and that play is booted by Cruz. Now, hit or error on that one?
I might have to say error just because that's what they might call down.
That would be correct. Error would be correct. That would be an error. That would be an error. He didn't have to backhand it. He had his body square in front of the ball. That is correctly scored an error. I'm still not letting it go. That first ball should have been a hit. Burkhead reaches on the error, and Nick Cipoletti will be the batter.
Just won't let it go, Joe.
Can't. Got to get it right. Got to get it right. So Nick Cipoletti, the batter, is behind in the count 0-1. You know I'm going down the hall in between innings to give them a hard time and say that should have been a hit. Definitely doing that. 100%. Cipoletti quickly in a 2-strike hole here. Count 1-2 on the Dolphin shortstop. Michael Crocco stands in the on-deck circle. Crocco was asked to bunt in his first at-bat. If Cipoletti gets on here, I would presume he's asked to bunt again. And that won't get Cipoletti on. He chased a bad pitch right there, and he strikes out swinging for out number 1. Michael Crocco was asked to bunt in his first at-bat. That was only on the first pitch. He swung at the second pitch and grounded out to second, but the runner on first was going, so it had the same effect as a sacrifice. Rivera creeping in at third. He expects there could still be a bunt attempt. As Crocco looks at ball 1 there. Only 51 pitches for Hami Noah so far. Pat Gardner up at 74.
No, looking to stay strong here for the Bears. There's still a 0 up there for CSI.
That pitch is in for a called strike one. Well, I've said it more than once already throughout the day. The big difference in these two games has been each team's ability to capitalize with runners on base. I'm sure I have a left on base tally somewhere, but the Dolphins have stranded quite a few as that one gets by Luna, and taking second will be Burkhead on the wild pitch. So that puts a runner in scoring position for the Dolphins with only one out. Crocco ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. He represents the tying run at the plate. Michael Kehoe on deck and then back to the top of the order for the Dolphins. And the 2-1 is hit the other way toward the left field line. Foul. Just foul.
Close to that line. Very close to that line.
Shed Ulaj wants a replay review. He had the hands over his ears. That's the signal for a replay. Were you ready, Andrew? I didn't see the replay captured. We do have that capability, you know. Right here. Captures the last 30 seconds. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count on Michael Crocco. And Crocco looks at that pitch down and in for ball 3. So Noah in danger of walking the tying run on base. Good at bat here from Crocco. Noah paying a lot of attention to Burkhead. As Crocco looks at ball 4 down in the dirt. So Crocco draws the walk. The Dolphins now have the tying run on base. And they'll be looking for a base hit from Michael Kehoe to get up on the scoreboard. An extra base hit could tie it.
Absolutely. Another good opportunity with the runner in scoring position here, but let's see if they can capitalize on it, Joe.
A very interesting introduction of Michael Kehoe from a public address announcer. Not sure I need to name him, as that voice is very familiar. That's TJ Tibbs. But Kehoe flies the first pitch to straightaway right field. Sanchez makes the catch, and Burkhead tags and will advance to third. So runners on the corners for the Dolphins now with 2 outs, and Jake Myers will be the batter.
And once again, Dolphins find themselves in a situation where they have runners on, but there's 2 outs. They're going to need a base hit to bring one of them home.
The Dolphins have to come through with a hit when they have runners on base. Simple as that, and they haven't done it today. So Myers will get a chance. He's 0 for 2. Flew out to right in his first at-bat. Flew out to center in his second at-bat. And here he looks at ball 1 on that pitch in the dirt. See how much attention Noah pays to Crocco at first. Doubt the Dolphins would send him as that's chopped over to third, and there is another error. This time Rivera couldn't field the ground ball cleanly, and that allows the Dolphins to cut the lead in half. Our score is now 2-1.
And that brings a run home. So, I mean, not the way that they wanted to get it, but you take them any way they can, and now the Dolphins are on the board.
That's a really bad error for the Bears right there. They were out of this inning. That's a routine play, a softly hit ground ball. But Rivera didn't need to charge. He was squarely in front of it, and he just booted the play.
Yeah, next thing you know, Dolphins are on the board. So not a good play there over at short. And let's see how Bloomfield can get out of this.
Let's see if they can get out of it without allowing the tying run to score. As Dominic Castiglione comes to the plate, was hit by a pitch in his last at-bat. That's the second time he was plunked today. And he takes a called strike on the high inside corner. Castiglione officially 0 for 1, but we won't go there again. Reached on an error and was hit by a pitch. Here comes the 1-1. And that's down in the dirt for ball 2. And the Bears will call for time on the infield as they request a new baseball for Noah out on the mound. There is action in the Bears bullpen as my binoculars make their first appearance of the night. Unfortunately, it's too dark to see who that is down there. And Castiglione fouled that pitch off his foot. That runs the count to 2-2. That's number 10 down there in the Bears bullpen. That would be Manuel Gonzalez. So Gonzalez getting warm for the Bears. We did see action in the Dolphins bullpen earlier. It is quiet right now. And Castiglione held up but is rung up on a called strike 3. Hami Noah finds the inside corner with that 2-2 pitch, and he sets down Castiglione on strikes to keep his team in the lead. But the Dolphins do get one back. Our score now 2-1 heading into the 5th here on CSI Sportsnet.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins now trailing by just 1 run as CSI gets one back in the bottom half of the 4th inning, but the Bears still lead it. Our score 2-1. Now, we had a bit of a lengthy break in between half innings right there as the umpires were conversing with the Dolphins coaching staff near the top step of the CSI dugout. We don't know why, as we didn't receive any word as to what was going on, but there was a conversation going on, that's for sure. But we're ready to resume baseball, and the first pitch of the 5th inning is in for a called strike. And very quickly, Javel Barnes is behind in the count 0-2, as he showed bunt on that last pitch. Here comes the 2-strike pitch from Gardner, and that's outside for ball 1. The Dolphins pulled John Esposito in Game 1 after 100 pitches. Gardner up at 77 right now. And his 1-2 is line foul. Well, that took out a windshield, that's for sure. The only question is how high up was that ball hit? I'm going to have to step out of the booth after this half inning because Andrew and I, in a search for a parking spot, parked far closer than I wanted to. But I don't think that ball was high enough, Andrew.
I don't think so either, but it didn't say the impact when it came down, it didn't sound too good.
Well, that hit a windshield, no doubt. I think it was too low for us. I sure hope so. I think we can see my car from here, can't we? If we stand by the door, we should be able to see it.
Might be able to.
Guess we'll find out. And Gardner has now hit 2 straight batters on consecutive pitches.
And Gardner looks a little rattled here, and he's going to have to get it together. Still nobody out, and he's put 2 runners on by hitting them now, so needs to settle it down a little bit.
Well, he gets frustrated with himself quickly out there on the mound. We saw it early in the game. Came off after the first inning, only allowed the 1 run, but he was screaming into his glove. And you have to like to see that kind of energy and fire from your pitcher. But when it translates into hit batters, then that's the other side of that coin. The passion and energy translates into runners on base. That's not a good thing. So you need to hone that in a bit. Elvis Lopez is the batter. Runners on first and second, nobody out. There's no chance they ask a batter who hit a home run in his last at-bat to bunt, correct?
Absolutely.
You think so?
No way.
You think so?
No way.
I agree. You think so. But I've seen situations like this where they ask these hitters to bunt. So we'll see.
I guess after today, anything's possible, huh, Joe? After that first game.
If you believe anything is possible after today, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Dolphins corners creeping in, and that one gets away from Kehoe off of the shin guard. Rounding third is Barnes, and he slides in. Now, the home plate umpire had his hands up. I think he called time. And they are sending Barnes back to third. What a break for the Dolphins.
Huge break for the Dolphins. It could have been a 2-run lead.
Now, did that ball go into the dugout? If that ball went onto the top step of the dugout or behind the on-deck batter, perhaps they called that a dead ball. That is the only way that that run doesn't score. We don't know what the official call was, but I saw the umpire's hands go up. And
it's a big possibility that ball took a roll into the dugout or into a space over here where it wasn't accessible.
Very possible. Very possible. And that's it the other way. Foul. Oh, and 2 is the count on Lopez. Time once again was called, and Gardner resets. Big pitch upcoming for him out on the mound. Infield in all around, and that misses well outside. Good point from our Softball statistician Louis Mitrone thinking maybe the ball hit the umpire, and that's the reason it was ruled dead, but I thought it hit the shin guard of Kehoe as that's hit well out to deep left field. That's over Burkhead's head, and it rolls all the way to the fence. Barnes is in to score. Espinal right behind him, and into second base standing with a 2 RBI double is Elvis Lopez.
And that blows it open a little bit here for the Bears. That's a big extra base hit there to bring 2 runs home, and now the Bears lead by 3 here in the top of this 5th inning.
Lopez is clearly seeing Gardner very well, and with first base open, perhaps the Dolphins could have considered walking him, but Gardner will be yanked from this game, and with that, we will take a quick break. The Dolphins now trail by 3, our score 4-1 in the top half of the 5th.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we're back from the CSI Baseball Complex as I had to go check on my car, as there was a very real chance that that foul ball landed in the vicinity of my vehicle. Thankfully, it did not. And we were going to have a special guest in the booth come the next half inning, as that's hit well out to deep left field by Tyree Bradley. He got under it, and Burkhead nearly lost the play on the warning track, and he did make the catch right up against the fence. Advancing to third is Elvis Lopez. And there's one away.
Yeah, now only one away with Lopez at third. And a chance to extend the lead here for the Bears.
That's another really good swing by the Bears. The Dolphins did bring on a new pitcher. That was Brandon Lano, who came out of the CSI bullpen following that last break. Angel Murray, the batter, looks at ball one. Murray 0 for 1 in the game, has grounded out and was hit by a pitch. And that misses downstairs for ball two. Dolphins infield is in all around. They are not conceding a run. And there's a big swing by Murray, who comes up empty for strike one. He was trying to join Lopez in the ranks of home run hitters for this team. And the 2-1 finds the outside corner for a called strike 2.
And a good job to come back to 2-2.
Two and two, the count on Murray. And Leno's pitch is once again off the shin guard of Kehoe. And that will bring home the 5th Bears run, as it's been a tumultuous night behind the plate for the Dolphins' backstop here. He's had 2 or 3 get past him. The last 2, both off of that shin guard.
And the Bears taking him any way they can get him here. And that extends the lead to 4.
And Leno issues the walk to Murray. So Lopez scores on the passed ball. Murray draws the walk, and the inning continues with only 1 away. The Dolphins now trail by 4 runs. And Justin Rivera is the batter. Rivera's 0 for 2. He struck out swinging in both of his at-bats against Gardner. And the runner from first is going as that's it out to left field. The runner will have to head back as Burkhead makes the catch, but no chance to double off Murray, who is back into first base easily. And there are 2 away.
The Dolphins finally getting that second out of the inning and need to find a way out of this here, as they've given up now 3 and now down 4 in the 5th inning.
Justin Sanchez will be the batter. Sanchez also 0 for 2. Has struck out and grounded out in 2 plate appearances. And that pitch misses downstairs from Leno for ball 1. Didn't get a chance to bring you the numbers on Brandon Leno. But he comes in having appeared in 3 games, including 1 start. In 10 innings, he's allowed 16 hits, 8 runs, all of those earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 9. He's allowed 7 extra base hits, 3 doubles, 3 triples, and a home run. So that's 7 extra base hits out of 16 base hits allowed. Opponents hitting .364 against him in 44 at-bats. And he drills a man in the back, and this is getting out of control now, as these pitchers have been hitting now at least a batter or 2 per inning for the last couple of innings.
And that's on both sides.
Yeah.
A lot of batters on both sides getting hit with the ball here from both pitchers.
So I took a look at the official roster for the Bears, and at the plate right now is Christian Cruz, but they had the name Sammy in quotation, so I assume he goes by Sammy. He was announced into the game as Christian Cruz, but I've been calling him Sammy Cruz. Was he nearly hit by that pitch?
Nearly. I thought it actually hit him for a second.
So did I, and that was more of, I guess, a rhetorical question. I'm in just disbelief right now. These pitchers have had no command. I certainly wouldn't want to step into the box right now.
I agree with you, Joe. These pitchers are all over the place.
And that's it softly on the ground to the left of the mound, and Leno makes the play, really to the right of the mound. Leno moves to his left to make the play and tosses over to first for the final out of the inning, but not before a 3 spot puts the Bears up by 4 runs. Our score now 5-1 Bloomfield, heading into the bottom half of the 5th. All right, so
my path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Car is damaged? Where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we are back here on the ECC Network, and we did promise a special guest in the booth ahead of this half inning, but we're having some technical difficulties with our audio and don't want to jeopardize Andrew and I in our headsets right now. So we'll work on that in between innings, but we do have a guest in the booth as promised. Hopefully we can get that sorted out following this half inning. Thomas Martin first to the plate for CSI. His team now trailing by 4 runs. And the Dolphins have a lot of work to do. 9 outs to play with in this game as Martin takes the ball out of the zone. One and one the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. And the count runs to 2-1 as that pitch misses. Hami Noah back out to the mound for the Bears, beginning his 5th inning of work. He's pitched well, especially so with men on base. Has really limited the Dolphins' ability to capitalize with runners on, as Martin fouls that pitch away. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Shendi Ulaj stands on deck. Here comes the 2-2. And that's low for ball 3. So the Dolphins pitch away from seeing a leadoff base runner via the base on balls. Martin, a dangerous hitter, so if Noah tries to just get one over here, Martin certainly a candidate to make him pay. Here comes the payoff pitch. And that's fouled straight back. Another 3-2 pitch upcoming from Hami Noah. Thomas Martin looking to reach base for the 3rd time. Has singled and was hit by a pitch. Here comes the 3-2. And that's chopped toward the middle of the diamond, and Cruz cannot get there. That's through for a leadoff base hit.
A little bit of cooking for the Dolphins here. That's what they needed. A leadoff single, and maybe they can get some offense going as they are still down 4.
Okay, so I think our audio situation is sorted out, and we do have a special guest in the booth. Resident statistician, stats expert, statistician extraordinaire, the best in the business, Louis Matrone.
What's going on, guys? Humbled for the compliments there, Foreman, I have to say. Try my best.
Well deserved. Well deserved. As Shendi Ulaj looks at ball 1, the Dolphins get the leadoff man on in the 5th. You still have 9 outs to play with, as I mentioned. This is a 7-inning game, the back half of a doubleheader, which got underway nearly 5 hours ago now. Game 1 kicked off at 3:30. And now Ulaj is ahead 2-0. So Shendy can lock in on one location here. Might even be taking all the way as he gets the signs from Mike Morrow over at third base. Two and 0 the count on the Dolphins' designated hitter. And Ulaj takes a called strike 1. Martin is the runner on first. Cetera behind Ulaj in the on-deck circle as they'll check on Martin, but he's certainly not going anywhere.
Got to find a way to blow this open here, Foreman.
So odd to hear someone call me Foreman over the headset. I'm not sure you've ever had that before. Though it would have been useful when we had 2 Joes on the call. As Ulaj lines one over the outstretched glove of Cruz and into left center field for a base hit. And the Dolphins are in business. They have the first 2 batters on here in the 5th.
Yeah, 2 on, nobody out, and finally something going here for the Dolphins. And they need to capitalize here as we're getting in the later stages of this game. And they're still down by a pretty decent margin.
Nicely done by Shendy Ulaj. Got ahead in the count, 2-0. Likely had the take sign on 2-0, but he jumped on that 2-1 pitch and hit that ball hard. Anthony Cetera is the batter. He comes to the plate with 2 on and still nobody out.
Shows bunt.
Those are 2 words we don't like to hear, especially in this situation, down by 4 runs. But we'll have to talk about this. We have to talk this out. Thankfully, we have 3 people in the booth now. Andrew knows my opinion. I got Andrew's. Let's see if he's showing bunt here before we talk further.
No bunts in this booth here, Lewis. This is the no bunt booth.
No bunts in this situation. Oh, my. He's hit by the pitch.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable stuff.
Wow. Wow. I don't know what to say. The Dolphins were giving away an out. This is their 5th place hitter. They're giving away the out with 2 men on and nobody out. And as a pitcher, you cannot hit a batter showing bunt in the numbers. You can't do it.
That's just unacceptable, especially at this stage of the game when your team's up this much, and now you got bases loaded and nobody out. Now you're giving the Dolphins a chance to get right back in this in an instant.
Well, Joe, I got to say you called it earlier. You at least hit 1 or 2 batters per inning from both teams.
That is correct. We have the Jeopardy theme playing as the Bears were in the midst of a mound conference, and that will be all for Hami Noah. So the Bloomfield starter heads back to the dugout. I'm not sure who he was. He was signaling to someone.
He was signaling to somebody on the other side, I believe on the Dolphins dugout. I'm not sure what that was about, but...
Me either.
A little bit of smack talk, maybe.
Could be. Your guess is as good as mine, but I think that might sum it up pretty well. Talking some smack as he walked off the field. Either way, it is a new pitcher for the Bears, which means the binoculars are out. These numbers not easy to read, even from right behind home plate. I'm having no luck here. You want to help me out, guys? I want to say 15 or 10.
I'm pretty certain before you said that 10 was warming up in their bullpen.
That's what I was checking right now. So I believe that's Manuel Gonzalez. And it is. So Gonzalez into the game for the Bears. He will take over on the mound, and he inherits a bases-loaded, nobody-out situation. So a really tough spot to be thrust into for the Bears reliever. And with that, we will bring you the numbers for Gonzalez on the season. And he has also been one of the more reliable arms on this team. However, it has been in a very small sample size. Gonzalez, in 4 innings, has allowed 4 hits, 5 runs, only 2 of those earned. He's walked 4, struck out 4, and faced 15 opposing batters. They've hit .267 against him. He comes in with an ERA of 4.5 and a whip of 2. This is only his second appearance of the season. His first appearance was a start. So not many innings for Gonzalez this year, and he is put to a very high-pressure spot.
Yeah, and no other higher pressure than bases loaded with nobody outs. I mean, even though they are up 4 runs, I mean, there's no other pressure situation than having the bases loaded and nobody out.
Well, a huge opportunity here for the Dolphins, to say the least. And how many times have I said it already? Lewis has been in here for maybe a half hour, and he's heard me say it at least twice. If you're the Dolphins, if you're the Bears, doesn't matter which team you are, both sides have had many opportunities with runners on base. It's time to capitalize, especially if you're the Dolphins. One huge hit in Game 1, they need a similarly big hit here in Game 2.
Especially since this might be the only chance that they're going to get right now, having bases loaded with nobody out as well. Can't get any better opportunity to try to capitalize on that one.
I think any less than 2 runs here for the Dolphins would be a major disappointment.
Absolutely.
But we'll see.
Number 23, Brian Burke.
I think the good news about that last bunt attempt by the Dolphins is now I can move on from the scoring on that play earlier in the game, and I can lament that bunt. That wasn't, thankfully.
It's time to put it behind us here, Joe, and until the next bunt.
Easier said than done. As Brian Burkhead offers at the first pitch and chops it foul. Burkhead comes to the plate in a huge spot here. 0 for 2 in the game. Flew out and reached on an error. Martin, the runner at third. Ulaj at second. And Satera at first. Here comes the 0-1. And that's chopped on the infield over to short. Cruz is there, and he will go to first. And that is not a good throw, but it is just in time to beat Burkhead to the bag. And we are going to get our first look on replay of the night. I'll take care of that for you, Andrew, as I'm well-versed in the art of replay clipping. Well, the camera wasn't switched, so once again, no look at it for me. We'll have to train Lewis to be an engineer.
I'll help out.
Right now, you could make the case we could really use it. As the umpires are going to have a conversation on the infield, and it's a short one.
Not much to talk about, I guess.
Well, whenever you see a coach come out of a dugout and then the umpire is beginning to talk, it's usually bad things to come for the other team if anything comes of the conversation. And it would have been bad things for the Dolphins if the umpires had come to a different conclusion, perhaps. But very short discussion, and Nick Cipoletti is the batter. Dolphins get 1 run back. It's now 5-2. Still 2 in scoring position and 1 out for Nick Cipoletti, who looks at a called strike 1. Cipoletti 0 for 1 in the game, has walked and struck out. And he swings at a pitch well out of the strike zone there. And he's quickly in a 2-strike hole. Oh, 0-2 the count on the Dolphins shortstop. And that's fouled away. Corner's about halfway in for the Bears. The middle infielder's all the way back, so Bloomfield will concede another run on a ground ball to the middle infield. Of course, the right move here, leading by 3. Have to look to keep that tying run off base. Comes another 0-2 pitch. And Cipoletti, way off balance there, offered it another pitch well out of the strike zone, and he's punched out for the second time.
That's a big strikeout for the Bears. That's limiting a lot of damage. Is now they're going to need a base hit to bring either one of those runners home on second or third.
So Michael Crocco will be the batter, and this is a huge spot for Crocco. Crocco among the longest tenured Dolphins, alongside Esposito, Dominic Castiglione, and that might be it for the Dolphins, who have been on this team for 3 years. I think it is, but I'll have to double check that. And the first pitch to Crocco misses up and in for ball 1.
Gotta say, the Bears making a smart move, bringing in a lefty when the last couple batters have been left-handed, and especially right now, matching it up right now. It's going to be difficult for the Dolphins to try to chip away here, but hopefully they can muster up a base hit to score at least one.
Yeah, I didn't think of that, but with 2 out of the next 3 hitters being lefties when Gonzalez came in, I wonder how much that factored into the decision. As Crocco looks at that pitch up high. Taking a look down the Dolphins lineup, Martin didn't start game 1, Cetera did not start game 1, and Crocco did not start game 1, along with Kehoe. So 4 of the Dolphins' 9 players that will hit did not start in the first game, as Crocco looks at a pitch just out of the zone for ball 3.
And Crocco in a good situation now with a 3-0 count. And he's got to be smart.
3-0 the count on Michael Crocco. Here comes the pitch from Gonzalez. And that's outside for ball 4. So Crocco draws a 4-pitch walk. And we will have a pinch hitter for the Dolphins here. And it will be John Castiglione coming in as a pinch hitter for the second time in as many games. The runner on third is Ulaj. The runner on second is Cetera. The runner on first is Crocco. 2 away for the Dolphins in the home half of the 5th, and this at-bat could be the turning point in the game.
You got to expect him to take to at least he gets 1 strike on him, considering he just threw 4 straight balls, don't you think?
Possible, but I think if you get a pitch to your liking here, you have to jump on it with the bases loaded. Lock in on a spot, and if you get a pitch in that zone, jump on it. If not, take it and go from there. We'll see. And you said it before, Lewis. They brought in the lefty. Burkhead was the first man Gonzalez faced. Cipoletti, a right-hander, second. And then Crocco, another lefty, third. Castiglione, a right-handed hitter. And that one ran in. He could have easily been hit by that pitch. Gonzalez and the Bears appeared content to walk Crocco, and that really could come back to burn them right here. Want to know the count on the Dolphins' pinch hitter? And that pitch finds the inside corner for a called strike 1. One ball and 1 strike the count. And that is chopped foul. So Manuel Gonzalez 1 strike away from escaping another huge jam for the Bears.
And it would be huge maintaining this lead. They did give up 1 in the inning, but still have that big lead.
John Castiglione already has 3 RBIs on the season. Looking for at least 1 or 2 more here. And that's popped up, but into foul territory behind home plate, and we will see at least 1 more. Dolphins have been in search of a timely hit throughout this game, and it has been so tough to come by. They didn't break through until late in the first game. It's getting late here in Game 2. Another 1-2 pitch on its way, and that's popped up on the infield. Foul territory behind the plate, and Luna makes the catch. He is fired up, as are his teammates. What a play by Luigi Luna behind home plate. And that shuts the door on the 5th inning for the Dolphins. They settle for a run. CSI trails 5-2 when we come back for the 6th inning.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins now trailing by 3 runs. And Lewis, Andrew, I've said it all night long. The Dolphins are looking for that big hit with runners on base. They got it in Game 1, have not been able to find it here in Game 2.
It's like I said before, that last half inning, definitely had it with bases loaded and nobody out. And to only score 1 run out of that entire sequence, it's a huge blow.
Well, we've seen that more than once today, Lewis. There's been a lot of opportunities for both sides, like Joe said earlier, where they've had runners in scoring position and a long sequence from the pitcher, a lot of pitches, but no one come around to score. So it's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate indeed, and it is also unfortunate that I was not here to see Game 1, but I heard it was a real good one.
Absolutely.
Well, it sure seemed like the 2 games you got to watch down on the softball diamond were quite the games as well, both one-run games.
Yes, indeed. Women just fell short for the Dolphins in the extra innings in the first game, but the second game, they ended up holding on to that 1-run lead to seal the deal for Game 2.
Now, Leno picks up the strikeout of Luigi Luna to open up the 6th inning. Did you see the second pitch of that at-bat? The two of you were going back and forth.
I did not.
The second pitch of the at-bat, Luna ducked out of the way of the ball.
I do remember that.
It just skimmed the bat.
It hit his bat on the way down. It hit his bat on the way down for a foul ball. He avoided being hit in the head, only to pick up a strike.
Wow.
Well, like they tell you in baseball, you always got to bring that bat down with you if you're trying to duck out of the way.
When the ball's coming at your face, easier said than done. As Leno falls behind 2-0 against Javelle Barnes. Barnes is 0 for 2. Has struck out twice, and wouldn't you know it, was hit by a pitch.
Lots of those today.
Do you think we're going to get a half inning where nobody gets drilled?
I think the question is full inning. Half inning, you have to get a fluke in there every once in a while, but full inning, the way these games have gone, I'm not so sure. I am a gambling man myself. As that's ripped into left center field by Barnes for a base hit. He will take the turn and head for second, and he will be in there standing with a one-out double.
And that's big for the Bears, and they're trying to add insurance at this point, up 3 here in the 6th. So here's their chance.
Jonas Espinal will be the batter. Espinal is 1 for 2 in this game. Singled, flown out, and
hit by a pitch.
Hit by a pitch.
You know it, Lou.
And he didn't even cheat. He didn't even glance over at my iPad for that. He knew. He's been paying attention.
Got to as a statistician.
That's right. Did I mention he's the most attentive?
Once again, Joe, I'm flattered.
Want to know the count on Espinal. And the pitch from Leno is off the outside corner for ball 2.
Try to backdoor that off-speed pitch. Almost.
I could have sworn I saw the umpire's hand motion towards Leno and point at him. I almost had that mistaken for a strike call. Okay, so what he's doing, he's flashing the count to Leno. That's what he's doing when he puts his hand up and points. So it looked like he was pointing for a strike, but he held up 2 fingers. That's what I saw. As the count runs to 3-0, first base is open. And Leno will step off.
Definitely not the situation you want to be in right now with a runner in scoring position with only 1 out behind the count 3-0. Got to battle back and beat this guy out.
That's chopped over to second. Myers has it, and he throws out Espinal for the second out.
And that's good defense there by the Dolphins. It took their time to get that out, and they get the sure second out, and now the Bears are gonna need a base hit to bring home that runner. So
look who it is stepping up to the plate. Elvis Lopez. He has had himself quite the game, and I know you'll appreciate this, Lewis. There is the spray chart for Lopez in this game.
Wow.
As he looks at a called strike 1. Lopez has homered, he has doubled, and he has singled. Looking for a triple here, and he has the cycle. If there was ever a ballpark to do it in, it's this one.
If I'm the Dolphins, I'm going to be very cautious with him because you could definitely not have him try to hit for the cycle, but also get on base to score that runner on third.
If I'm Leno, I am pitching very carefully. Now, you don't want to pitch too carefully that you bounce one in the dirt and have a run score on another wild pitch or a pass ball. Those have been problematic in this game for the Dolphins. Two balls and 1 strike. The count on the Bears' designated hitter. And he takes up high for ball 3.
he needs to find the zone here. Can't let this batter get on.
Here comes the 3-1. That's fouled back. A walk here might not be the worst thing. First and second base are open, but of course you don't want to put another runner in scoring position. So if you were to walk Lopez, you have to go after Bradley.
Couldn't agree with you more there, Joe.
Not the first time I've ever heard that. Love to hear it, though. Never gets old. Count is full on Elvis Lopez, and Javel Barnes stands over at third. He doubled with 1 away. Advanced on the ground out by Espinal. And Lopez just got out of the way of that pitch. He draws the walk.
And that'll keep the inning going.
Actually almost hit him in the elbow guard. Wouldn't have shocked me if they called it a hit by pitch.
That's what the guard is there for, though. Anyone who bet a hit batter in each half inning was really hoping for that one. They did get one. Did they get one in this inning? They did not.
No, they did not yet. Keyword yet.
Yet, that's correct. And we've seen 2 that were awfully close.
But hopeful that there's no hit batters and the Dolphins get out of this jam.
We don't need to see any more hit batters because tensions can escalate very quickly, and we certainly don't want that. As Tyree Bradley looks at a called strike, Bradley's 0 for 1, has walked twice and flew out. He's behind in the count 0-1 and will ask for time. No action in the bullpen for either team right now as that one catches the inside corner. Talk about a front door breaking ball.
Good pitch.
And you called it yourself. This batter you have to attack if they walked the previous batter of Lopez.
They call me Joe Stradamus.
Good one.
Not the first time I've used it. As the 0-2 pitch is in for a called strike 3. Bradley is not happy as he pleads with the home plate umpire to no avail. The Dolphins escape and strand 2 Bears on base. Their deficit remains 3 runs heading into the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Car is damaged, where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4890.
And we're back here on the ECC Network. Dolphins trail by 3 runs heading into the bottom half of the 6th inning. Top of the order for CSI, Myers, Castiglione, and Martin. Officially, the Dolphins have 4 hits in this game. We know how I feel about that. The Bears have 5. In Game 1, the Dolphins had 5, and the Bears had 4. So not a lot of offense today. The CSI did score 7 runs in that first game. Really remarkable on just 4 hits.
With only 6 outs remaining, they got to channel that inner offense that they had in the Game 1 into this game right now.
Myers is ahead in the count here, 2-0, and a walk is how the last inning got started for CSI. Unfortunately for the Dolphins, they were only able to turn it into 1 run. 6 outs left for the Dolphins to play with as that's down in the dirt for ball 3. So Gonzalez comes out with 3 straight balls here in the 6th. And you have to think Myers will certainly be taking all the way here.
I'd hope so.
That was the wrong button. As Myers checks his swing and takes a strike. You try to get a box score and you get the radio feed. I'm not sure how that works.
Oh, like you said, wrong button.
Wrong button there.
Even the greats sometimes fumble.
And the 3-1 pitch is on the inside corner.
Wow.
Looked a little too inside, just in my honest opinion.
Just a little bit.
I think Myers really sold it backing off the plate. But who wouldn't at this point in this game? So many hit batters. Here comes the payoff pitch. And no doubt about that one, up and away for ball 4. So Myers draws the walk. And once again, the Dolphins have the leadoff batter on.
And good news for the Dolphins. It's one way to get on, and that's what they need, a base runner here with nobody out. So they need to get the offense going right now.
So for the Dolphins in this game, leadoff batter retired in the first, leadoff batter on in the second, leadoff batter on in the third, leadoff batter on in the fourth, leadoff batter on in the fifth, leadoff batter on in the sixth. So every inning since the first, the Dolphins have had the leadoff man on.
And how many times have they capitalized on their opportunities, Joe?
Well, take a look at the scoreboard, Lewis, and you can answer that question. Each of the last 2 innings, the Dolphins have scored a run. And that pitch is fouled away into the bleachers behind the Bears dugout. We had a fan taking cover, but not looking to see where the ball was. So they just took cover. The ball easily could have hit him right in the head.
And taking cover and not really knowing where it is not really an effective.
And earlier today at the
move.
softball game for Game 2, there was the opposite type of situation. There was a foul ball hit into the stands, and the lady didn't even see it coming, and it just landed right next to her.
Thought you were going to tell me the opposite was they tried to catch it. That'd be my reaction.
One of the other fans did suggest to try to use something to catch the softball, but unfortunately did not end up working out.
And that's hit straightaway right by Castiglione, but waiting for it is Sanchez for the first out. That will bring up Thomas Martin.
First baseman, number 33, Thomas Martin.
Martin 2 for 2 in this game. Has singled twice and was hit by a pitch. And they'll check on the runner Myers over at first. He gets back safely.
Keeping a close eye on that base runner.
One of the many advantages of a lefty on the mound is their great pickoff move, so you have to be wary taking that lead off of first.
Down 3 runs. I don't think Myers is going anywhere with 1 out as Martin looks at that pitch out of the zone for ball 1. Look over to first by Gonzalez. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And that's up high for ball 2. A 2-0 count for Thomas Martin here. Tying run stands in the on-deck circle. That's Shendi Ulaj. Comes the 2-0. And that catches the inside corner. There have been many strikes to be had on that inside corner tonight.
From all pitchers.
Yeah, the pitchers have really feasted in that location. Here comes the 2-1. And Martin may have just gotten a piece.
It's a good battle back from the pitcher for this Bloomfield team, battling back from 2-0 now to make it 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes, the count on Thomas Martin. Gonzalez once again looks over towards first. Long look over. Here comes the 2-2 again. And Martin off balance against that off-speed pitch. A good pitch from Gonzalez. And he strikes out Martin for the second out.
And that's a big out now as Dolphins now down to their final 4 outs. So going to need some big hits here to come back at this point.
With their cleanup hitter up now, you got to start turning those wheels now.
Now I think they have to keep a really close eye on Myers. Certainly could be looking to run here as Ulaj looks at ball 1. Want to know the count on Ulaj? Gonzalez staring over at first. And that's pulled to straightaway left, but right at Espinal. So the Dolphins hit 2 balls right at the corner outfielders and have nothing to show for it. They strand 1. Our score heading into the final inning, 5-2 in favor of the Bears.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island. The Dolphins trailing 5-2 heading into the 7th inning. Once again, this is game 2 of a 2-game set. Dolphins down to their final 3 outs, as it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Bears in the road half of the 7th inning. And once again, Lewis, Andrew, in the previous half inning, the Dolphins get the leadoff man on, hit 2 balls well to the outfield, but couldn't make anything of it.
And those 2 were right. I'm sorry, Lewis. Those 2 were right to the outfielders, so can't really do much about that, except for the outfielders to hope for a little hiccup. But that's about it when you're hitting them, when you're lining them right to the outfielders.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Foreman, but that was the 6th straight time that they've gotten their leadoff hitter on base and couldn't really do much with it.
That was the 5th consecutive inning. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. So the Dolphins really not making much of leadoff batters on, and you don't see that too often. Angel Murray, the batter, and he looks at a pitch way outside for ball 1. Murray 0 for 1 in the game, has grounded out, was hit by a pitch, and walked.
See, the scoreboard's not properly working at the current moment.
They'll get it together. And that pitch finds the outside corner for a called strike. Or maybe they won't.
As you said, as the stat man himself, I'm kind of... Oh, they just fixed it. Never mind. I will redact my statement.
We are up to date.
All right. And that's pulled deep into the right field corner. Looks to be in foul territory, but the wind carries it fair, and Crocco makes a tough catch.
What a catch.
Well, Murray was not running at all. He was watching that ball from the start. He didn't run.
A good heads-up play there by Crocco to stay with it and
what a
not
catch.
let it go.
Never give up on a play.
If that ball falls, Murray certainly has egg on his face after that one. He did not run a step. Justin Rivera is the batter, and he hits one out to right field. This one shallow, and Myers reins back to make the two-handed catch.
And down 3 at this point in the game, that's exactly what you want if you're the Dolphins. 2 up, 2 down quickly, not give them a chance to take any insurance.
Right fielder, number 32, Justin Sanchez.
So Justin Sanchez will be the batter. 2 quick outs for Leno in the 7th. Dolphins hoping to come to the plate trailing by just 3. Dolphins have never led in this game. They took game 1. As Sanchez looks at 2 straight out of the zone. He's ahead in the count 2-0. And that one is ripped down the line, foul.
I believe the Dolphins have activity going on in their bullpen.
They sure do. Sanchez at the plate, 0 for 2 in the game, has struck out, grounded out, and was hit by a pitch. The count now even on him at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And that's fouled away. Looking ahead to the bottom half of the inning, 5, 6, and 7 due up for the Dolphins. Cetera, Burkhead, Cipoletti. As that's hit sharply on the ground, down the line and past the diving Cetera into the left field corner. Rounding first and heading to second is Sanchez, and he is in with a stand-up double.
And Bears just extend the inning just a little bit here with that hit.
So close to that 1, 2, 3.
Good effort by Cetera over at third. Ball wasn't hit too hard, but a very difficult play for the Dolphins' third baseman.
Number 1, Kevin Sanchez.
And we have a pinch hitter. Kevin Sanchez will get his first at-bat of the day. He takes on the outside corner for a called strike 1.
Again, playing to the matchup of a right-handed pitcher for the left-handed batter. Trying to get that insurance run only up 3. Want to give themselves a little bit more breathing room.
Kehoe having a word with Leno. That actually isn't Kehoe. That's Campese. So defensive substitutions aren't typically announced. But John Castiglione pinch hit for Kehoe, and that paved the way for Nick Campese to enter the game behind the plate. And that pitch once again finds the outside corner. Leno working the left-handed hitters away and the right-handed hitters inside. 1-1 the count on Sanchez. And I had the count right. I changed it to reflect the scoreboard, and now I look foolish, as that is in for a called strike 3, and we are headed to the bottom half of the 7th with the Dolphins trailing by 3 runs.
You can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Codify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can.
Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor. It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins getting their final turn at bat here, trailing by 3 runs. Our score, 5-2, heading into the bottom half of the 7th inning. As I mentioned during the previous half inning, 5, 6, and 7 at the plate for the Dolphins. And we spoke about it during the break, and I was singing his praises when he entered the booth. But, Lewis, you have now lost the tag of trustworthy. As I glanced over at the scoreboard, I saw the count was 1-1. I assumed they had it wrong. I glanced at your scoreboard. You also had 1-1. I trusted you. And unfortunately, that was a mistake on my part, as the count was 0-2. So I had it right, and I unfortunately did not trust myself, as the called third strike ended the previous half inning. We all thought it was 1-1.
I'm going to be completely honest with you here, Joe. I knew that it was a strike, and I misjudged it. I read from the scoreboard, and I was wrong. I did not trust my own judgment, and for that, I am truly sorry.
You should be. All right. 5, 6, and 7 as Lewis will do his penance in silence, and the Dolphins will come to bat, trailing by 3 runs. The Dolphins looking for a sweep in today's doubleheader, but are down to their final 3 outs and have a lot of work to do. New pitcher in for the Bears. Brian Guzman comes out of the Bloomfield bullpen looking to record the final 3 outs.
And it's now or never for the Dolphins. Down 3 here in the bottom of this final inning. So 5, 6, 7 needs to get it going.
The numbers on the season for Guzman. He has thrown 13 2/3 innings, allowed 11 runs, 6 earned. He has walked 12 and struck out 11. Opponents sitting at 280 against him. He has a team-leading 3.95 ERA with a whip of 1.9. First man he will face is Anthony Cetera, and he's quickly behind in the count, 1-0. Cetera 0 for 2 in the game. And that pitch is also out of the strike zone. So once again, the Dolphins' leadoff batter in an inning is ahead in the count 2-0. And I don't know if my scorecard tracks the count of every at-bat, but it seems like every inning now, the Dolphins' leadoff man is ahead in the count 2-0, 3-1, and finds a way on base.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff too, Joe, and just unfortunately they just can't find a way to capitalize, in the end of the inning.
That 2-0 pitch caught the outside corner. That gets Guzman back in the at-bat. And that pitch misses down and in for ball 3. So count now 3-1 on Cetera. And down 3 runs, I think there's a good chance he takes all the way here. And he's swinging. That's it softly to third. Might be a tough play. Rivera throws to first, and he makes the play. And he made it look easy. Nicely done by the Bears' third baseman.
And there was a chance of him being safe, too. That was a soft roller to third. That was a great play by the third baseman to get to that and make the long throw, and the hard one at that, to get him out.
Not an easy play by Justin Rivera, but he made it look easy. Seamless transition from the glove to the hand, and a strong throw over to first. A big first out for the Bears here in the 7th. And Brian Burkhead looks at that pitch up and away for ball 1. Burkhead is 0 for 3 in this game. Flew out, reached on an error, and grounded out. comes the 1-0. And that's on the outside corner for a called strike one. I'm not sure I introduced either of you to this nickname, but the Dolphins do have one that was coined by our friend and colleague David Pizzuto, the Cardiac Kids. They are never out of a game until the scoreboard reads final as Brian Burkhead lines one into the glove of Espinal for the second out. So the Dolphins now 1 out away from a split in today's doubleheader.
For a second, looked like that was going to get down in left center, too. And the left fielder comes on and makes a good grab. Nearly falls over making that grab, too. So good catch, and that's 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins. They're down to their final out now in the game.
Well, off the bat, I thought it had a chance. That ball is caught by Espinal, and it's left to Nick Cipoletti. Cipoletti 0 for 2, has walked and has struck out twice. And he looks at ball one. Cipoletti and Myers forming the Dolphins' middle infield. They've had a good day out in the field. Cipoletti had a big hit in game one, looking to keep the Dolphins alive here in game two, as that called strike evens up the count at 1-1. One and one the count on the Dolphins shortstop. Long look in from Guzman. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that's in for a called strike two. Dolphins down to their final strike. Michael Crocco would be next. Comes the 1-2 pitch, and that skips to the backstop. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Guzman comes set. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and that will do it in game 2 of today's non-conference doubleheader. The Dolphins take game 1 in convincing fashion, 7-1, but Bloomfield College comes out and takes game 2 by a final score of 5-2. And Andrew, I said it to you before, we had 9 combined hits in game 1. Here in game 2, only 10 combined hits. That might be the lowest combined hit total I've ever seen across 2 games of a doubleheader.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff to hear, Joe, especially having seen, knowing how many games that you've done, and wasn't a very offensive game at that. So, interesting stuff here today with this doubleheader.
Well, we're going to have to keep the camera rolling here, as there are words being exchanged right now between the two teams, and they will get the two sides separated as, we need to keep the wide camera shot on here, as right now the two teams still going at it as we have players doing backflips in right field. The Dolphins not happy with something that occurred late in that game. And these two sides were going back and forth quite a bit during the game. We saw that. You mentioned it.
Definitely.
As Noah walked off the mound, the starting pitcher for the Bears, but a good win for both sides in each of the 2 games. The Dolphins did a good job to take game 1. Strong defensive play in the field, timely hitting by CSI late in that game especially. And here in game 2, the Bears had their backs up against it in several innings, and they were able to keep the Dolphins largely off of the scoreboard. Only 2 runs for CSI in this game, only 4 base hits, 3 big errors committed by the Bears, but they were able to overcome that and pick up the win.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was interesting stuff here in the second game, especially. It was close up until the end again, and
so with that, as the teams, or at least the Dolphins, head back to their dugout, we will sign off. It is a split of the doubleheader for these two teams. The Dolphins take Game 1 by a final score of 7-1. The Bears take Game 2 by a final score of 5-2. Our next broadcast will be softball this coming Friday. It's just 2 days from now. We'll be back down the hill over at the Softball Diamond. Softball had their home opener today. They also split their doubleheader, so a lot of splits going on today. And that will wrap up our coverage here from the College of Staten Island. So until Saturday, we thank you for watching. Once again, 7-1 Dolphins in Game 1, 5-2 Bears in Game 2, and we'll see you on Saturday.